Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. Mayor Governor Kawira Mwangaza has been impeached in a contentious late-night voting session at the Senate. Senators, primarily from the Kenya Kwanza coalition, voted to confirm all three charges against the embattled governor. On the first charge of gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, the Senate found Kawira guilty, with 26 senators voting to confirm the charge, 4 voting against it, and 14 abstaining.
Honorable Senators, the result of the divisions indicate that the Senate has upheld the following impeachment charges. Charge number 1, gross violation of the Constitution and any other law. Charge number 2, gross misconduct. Charge number 3, abuse of office. Pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order 86 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate has resolved to remove from office by impeachment Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County, and the Governor accordingly ceases to hold office.
The second charge followed a similar pattern, with 26 senators voting in favor, 2 opposing and 14 abstaining. The third charge, abuse of office, saw 27 senators voting to confirm the charge, 1 voting against it and 14 abstaining. Majority Whip Boni Halwale, one of the few who did not vote for the governor's removal, challenged the speaker to address certain procedural issues before proceeding with the vote, evoking historical parliamentary figures like Martin Shikuku and J.M. Kariuki, among others.
Mr. Speaker, I'm reflecting on the history. John Maria Saroe, Chelagat Mutai.
Senator Boni,
I have the floor.
Senator Boni, you're totally out of order.
Mr. Speaker, I beg you.
Take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Parliament of Kenya.
Senator Boni.
It is the Parliament of Kenya, I tell you.
Don't push me into throwing you out.
Don't throw me out.
Take your seat. Senator Boni, take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, don't throw me out. I beg you.
Just take your seat. Take your seat, Senator Boni.
The session also saw drama when the speaker instructed the sergeant-at-arms to remove nominated Senator Beth Siongo from the chamber. This order was met with resistance as female senators began wailing and protesting what they perceived as harassment by the orderlies.
Sergeant-at-arms, order! Order, Senator Mazayo. Order. Order. Can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? Everybody has witnessed everything. Can you take your seats? Can you take your seats? Order.
If Kawira fails to oppose her removal through court battles, then Mutuma M. Ethingia, Mwangaza's former deputy, will become the 4th governor of Meru County. And Meru County ward representatives celebrated outside Parliament buildings following the Senate's decision to approve their motion to remove Governor Kawira Mwangaza from office. Singing songs to praise their lawyers, led by lawyer Ndegwa Njiru, the representatives were heard saying that the removal of Governor Kawira is the beginning of reforms and development in their county. And finally, in the international scene, the U.S. Treasury Department unveiled sanctions against former Haitian President Michael Martelly for trafficking drugs, including cocaine, destined for the United States. The actions taken by Washington echo similar moves from the Canadian government, which opposed sanctions in 2022 against Martelly and 2 ex-prime ministers, accusing them of profiting from armed gangs. Martelly, a professional musician turned politician who served as president of the Caribbean nation between 2011 and 2016, abused his influence to facilitate the trafficking of dangerous drugs, including cocaine, destined for the United States, the U.S. Treasury said in a statement. That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that Sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry. Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
what the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself.
When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Or should you have a lioness living in your bedroom? I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
Wednesday morning, what's happening where you are today? Not much in terms of traffic starting to build up around the city this morning. Let's take a quick look at the Thika Superhighway where nothing is going on actually. And as you come into the CBD, I don't think we'll see much, at least not for now. Quick look at what's coming off of Waiyaki Way, and it's free and clear getting into the city. And off of Mombasa Road, I think we'll be all clear all through towards Cabanas, out to the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, and then onto Huru Highway. It looks like it might be a busy Wednesday, but for now, it looks like we'll be able to get through without an issue whatsoever. It looks good on the Southern Bypass. How about that for a scenic route into the city? And we'll see what happens as we get into traffic hour. Welcome to Wednesday. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up.
Welcome to Wednesday. It's the what? It's the 21st of August. And how are you doing today? Karibu sana to Kenya's biggest conversation, and we're clocking in this morning and getting into a number of things. I am actually here. You can pinch me. No, you can't pinch me, but I'm here. City, good morning.
Good morning, Do.
How are you?
Well, pinch yourself. I am well.
Yeah?
I am very well. Today is actually warmer than it was yesterday.
I feel it actually. I feel it kind of warm inside here. I feel it in my fingers. I feel it in my toes.
It's toes.
It is toes.
Not soul.
Toes.
Toes.
Fingers, toes, head, shoulder, knees, and toes.
Oh.
Fingers, toes.
Oh. So all these years I've been hearing soul.
It's love. It's that tingly feeling when, when you fall in love and you start to feel, No? Never happened to you?
Well, the only song that reminds me of what you just said is When You Get Caught Between the Moon and New York City. Christopher Cross.
CT.
Yes.
You old dog. The other chuckle that you hear in the distance is Anki Doris. Anki, good morning.
Oh my goodness. Good morning, dude. I'm delighted. I am very excited to be here, except I love the banter right at the beginning. And yes, I love that song.
Isn't it?
You know, I was raised listening to that. And this part, you know I love you, I always do. But the fact that he hears soul,
my mind's made up about the way that I feel.
There's no beginning, there'll be no end. Oh, I love it. Okay, you do that too?
Ooh, it's written in the wind. Everywhere I go.
I mean, the one thing I'm seeing we have in common, which is pretty much African, is that we will
don't know the words.
Yeah, and we will jump into the words when we have it.
Exactly.
But City, you threw me off with that soul matter.
I know.
Soul. Where do you get soul?
That's what I heard. Is that not usually the crux of every issue?
Yeah.
What someone says and what someone else hears.
True.
Yes. You say one thing and someone responds, okay, what did you hear exactly?
Exactly.
Yes.
But it could be soul, and soul would work, would it not?
Would it?
Yeah.
Feel it on my
I feel it
in my soul.
My fingers. I feel,
Oh, in my soul, not the sole of the shoe.
In my
in my soul.
It could be soul as well.
That's super.
No, it's you mentioned feet.
I started with toes, soul, food.
The shoe foot soul thing. Yes.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Eric Latiff is on leave for a couple of weeks, and Anki Doris is here with us this morning, and we're going to be able to get into a lot of these conversations today. So Karibu Sana.
Thank you.
Hosting with us as we get into it this morning. And everybody who is locking in, Karibu already. The room is starting to fill up, and thanks for being here today. Thank you for all the well wishes. I'm doing a little bit better, getting into it, and so we thank God, Abby. Yes, we do. All right. A number of conversations lined up today. Let's take a quick look at what we'll be talking about. Starting off from 7 a.m. Two guests will join us, and we'll be looking at September 2024 seasonal forecast, taking advantage of early warnings. What's going to happen? We've come from severe flooding in 2024. At the beginning of the year. I mean, unprecedented. Didn't happen like this before. And then we're getting into a dry spell now where the rains have essentially subsided. What's going to happen? Are we getting into drought? What's going to happen? And how are we taking care of that? Dr. Philip Omondi and Dr. Marceline Gudoshava will join us for that conversation at 7 a.m. At 8 o'clock, yet I guess another environment, climate conversation. We'll be looking at food insecurity threat in Kenya and why we should embrace new farming technology. And Sieka Gatabaki will join us for that from the Mercy Corps at 8 o'clock. Conversations continue at 9 o'clock. Protests to impeachment, a lot going on in the country. You remember Samuel Pogisho? He is a former ICT minister and former Senate Majority Leader. He will join us for that conversation at 9 about how political leaders can restore the lost trust. So those will be what we'll talk about today. Thank you already for trickling into the room. Even as we do that, let's, kind of break down some of these conversations, and we'll get into it this morning. But before we do that, how about we'll say hello to you in a minute, wherever you're tuning from. Our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook, on TikTok, and on X. And we'll come in and say hello to you as you've clicked in once we look at the weather. Nespa? Great. It's 6:15.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast.
Now, by the way, see, I thought you are...
No, I know what you are thinking.
Now, when you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital, they have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 22 and lows of 12, and we're looking into a cloudy Nakuru at 15 with highs of 21 and lows of 14. It's 14 and cloudy in Nyeri with highs of 19 and lows of 13, and into a cloudy Eldoret at 13. We'll see highs of 21. Mombasa cloudy at 23 with highs of 29, and at 24 Malindi is partly cloudy with highs of 29 as well. It's 19 and cloudy in Kisumu with highs of 28, and we're looking into a cloudy Kakamega at 16 going to highs of 26. Kampala this morning is cloudy at 19 with highs of 26, and we'll see highs of 30 in a partly cloudy Dar es Salaam at 24. Johannesburg this morning clear at 12 with highs of 25, and Mogadishu is partly sunny at 25 with highs of 28. Addis Ababa cloudy at 13 with highs of 18, and we're looking into a mostly cloudy Lagos at 25 with highs of 29. It's 20 and clear in Kinshasa with highs of 22. I'll take a quick look into Beijing. Wednesday afternoon is partly sunny at 27 with highs of 31 and lows of 23, while Paris is cloudy at 12. It'll go to highs of 22, and it's 14 and cloudy in London this morning with highs of 21. Tuesday night in New York is clear at 17. Coming into Wednesday, we'll see highs of 23 and lows of 14.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Okay, quite a number of people online this morning saying hello to you from wherever you're tuned in into Kenya's biggest conversation today. Hey, good morning, everybody. Really so warm to be able to say hi to you. Let me just turn this way. Okay, Don Sabwa, good morning. You're asking when is Steve Harvey arriving in Kenya? Okay, we don't know. Michael Olande says good morning. Linus Gitonga says good morning, Ndu. CT, yes, and like we said, Eric is on leave for a couple of weeks, and the lovely Anki Doris is here with us this morning. Cecilia, so say hi to her, you guys. Say hi to Doris, please. Do you want us to call you Anki or Doris? Because we won't say Anki Doris all the time.
Why wouldn't you say Anki Doris Ombat? Actually, 3 names.
We have other things to say.
You fell for it. Anki is fine. ADO.
Anki Doris Ombat.
Just go with the flow.
Okay. Yeah?
It's early morning. Go with the flow.
Or can I call you Ado?
Oh, yeah, so that I sound Nigerian.
Thank you for you see, you get it.
Ah.
Okay. Good morning, Spice team, the Situation Room crew. Happy Wednesday. Jimmy Wekesa says good morning. Edwin Kahura says good morning, listening loudly and clearly from Kikuyu. Nax Vegas is where Monica Njoroge is this morning. Rose Grace says good morning. Kiams says hello everybody, step aside ma'am, listening and following keenly from beyond the horizons. Okay. Desmond Otis says good morning. Where is this Princess Ndu? She is here. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. And Tano Teka says good morning. Tuning from Rochester in Minnesota. Good morning, Spice team. Good morning to you, Raphael Kige. Dominic Abuga is also tuned in this morning. Good morning, Princess. Good morning, Leo. Hope you're doing well this morning. Hope you're fine. I know there's quite a lot happening. Another day to watch our motherland being turned into Central Cinema. The alleged Kware serial killer escaped, and people interdicted some script, same script, different cast. Boss, it's a movie scene every day. Jerry Mamba says good morning. Dr. Venvik is also here. Peter Mukuka is tuned in. Stella S. What's the latest soap opera called Kenya? I'm telling you, it's not a small something. Hi, everybody. Mogera Kinara says good morning. African Views Ndu Okoh. That name made me love you, Mama. Hey, why, thank you very much. My father, rest his soul in peace, will be very happy to know that his name has carried. City, unatoanga wapi hizo kofia? People want to know, can we just do it once and for all today? I know you've said it before, but let them understand where they come from and what we can do about this, because everybody wants to know.
What you just read is a greeting, so let me respond. Good morning to you too. Thank you for the love. And for the hat, they come from a country called Papua New Guinea. Yes, the sides of Pacific, Australia.
Okay.
Yes. I have relatives there. Yes. And so they send me these hats. Okay. Yes. And for those who have hats that remotely resemble this, it's not a boshori.
It's not boshori?
It's not boshori.
Okay.
Nor is it a cape, as some people are calling it.
It's not a cape either, because cape is what Superman wears.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Remember that thing that flows at his back when he's put on that underwear that he puts on?
That's a cape. The thing you put on your head is a cap. But okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you see, I'm not the only one. Tibbs Muga has also decided you should be called Ado. You see, this thing has caught on very, very fast.
All right, we'll see by the end of this show if I will actually then take that name officially to the TV.
You see, and then you can thank me. And then when people say, what a lovely name.
A hug is enough.
Then you will say, Ndu. You see?
Ndu, call me Ado.
And now it has stuck on.
And now it's stuck. It will carry.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Atenya, it's been a minute since you've been on. Good morning. We notice. Kao Nyambura anatupenda sana, tunakupenda sana pia. Bernardo Kello says good morning. Even the broad-based government couldn't save the Meru governor. I'm telling you, broad-based government perhaps does not have the panacea to all of these things. Alex Mnai, we see you. Sammy Mwalili is also tuned in. Good morning, everybody. Can't get to everybody, but we definitely see you, and thank you for being here this morning. CT, which land did you lock?
We are in the Republic of Chad. You know, the question which was asked of me yesterday when I talked about the wetlands, this is Eric's question. When I said that Lake Chad comprises the second largest wetland in Africa, he asked me, okay, this is an Eric question. And the largest
is?
The Sud. I said, the Sud, where is it? I said, well, it's in Sudan, the southern part of Sudan. It has 57,000 square kilometers. Wetland is water on top of land.
Marshes and things like that.
It's called marsh, yes. Very useful. Usually you'll find that certain rivers, certain water bodies feed into it, and they do this perennially throughout the year. That's why they remain wet. That's what they call wetlands. Very, very important. Now the thing about it is, in relation to the Chad, it is just part of the geographical ecosystem that Chad has. Because Chad has part of the Sahara Desert toward its north. It has the Sahel. You understand the Sahel somewhere around the center. Then there's what we call the Sudanese, one place next to Sudan, Sudanese savannah to the south. Very, very interesting geographical terrain. Now for the proverb.
Yes.
Arrogance burnt down the chief's compound.
Did it not just? Didn't it just? C'est ça?
C'est ça.
Arrogance
burnt down the chief's compound.
Not the chief, not anybody.
The compound.
Arrogance.
This is very interesting. You know why? Because, excuse me, the chief in especially this region is actually, in terms of a, I want to say traditional.
He's a king.
Is essentially a king. Is a big deal. So his compound is the place where a lot of people would come. You find many things going on. Others are bringing goats. Others are settling issues. Others are doing whatever.
And it's a big compound.
It's a very, very big compound, and it's not just where he lives, but many things are going on that are linked to his or her name, right? Because now, past the 90s, he started to have a lot more chiefs who are women. So they would, many things are happening. He's settling this or doing this other thing. Right. Animals are here, whatever. But it was all connected to the chief. So you can imagine in a situation whereby you are inviting or presenting some kind of arrogance, and this whole operation burns down as a result of this. You don't just affect yourself, you affect
the system.
And it's interesting for deeper thinkers who overanalyze things, and they would say, what if the compound was the kind of world around the chief, his thoughts, if they get clouded based on his arrogance, so he can no longer settle all these things that Lou is talking about, because he's built a wall between him and the people, and that particular compound, that imaginary compound, is what is burnt down.
Where? Here, compound is supposed to be symbolic.
Thoughts.
Yes, and everything that encompasses this person's, the word is wherewithal. So now he's arrogant. That compound, the symbolic compound, kaput.
Out.
Nobody bothers coming to you.
He's already, people feel that energy. For those who speak about, energy, vibrations, and who you attract, now it repels the people, and that burns down the king and his heritage and leadership. I mean, it's interesting to think deeper, don't you think, City?
Okay.
Sawa.
Right.
In the headlines this morning, let me tell you two of them, and then Ado will tell us one, and then City will do that. On the front page of the Standard, what bursaries? MP's radical plan for free education. New model described as an injustice for students as MPs push for reforms with a call to consolidate all kitties and funds, finally, including HELB, universities fund, and bursaries doled out by MPs, governors, and MCAs to make university and college education free for all. 9,720 is the number of students who who appealed their wrongful placement in family income bands, out of which 5,087 was successful. How you muck up something like that, I don't know, but okay. New AG Oduor to confront 700 million shilling awards and legal cases. The president witnesses the swearing in of Dorcas Oduor as Attorney General and directs her to work with other agencies to offer robust legal representation to government. Okay. Relief for who? As court nods to Finance Act 2023. Relief for who? I don't know. The Supreme Court allows the government to collect taxes under the current regime after it was suspended the Court of Appeal's judgment striking down Finance Act 2023. That should be fun. MPs defy age rules and clear Kanja as new IG. Douglas Kanja, 60, approved as new police boss as MPs ignore president's pronouncement reinforcing retirement age. Okay. In also one story there that we cannot ignore, it went well into the night. We did not sleep waiting to see what was going to happen. Mwangaza fights to see the light amid flurry of accusations. By the time this went to print, it was not clear, but indeed, she's been impeached and the Senate has upheld that impeachment. On the front page of The Nation, how rogue police let suspects escape. I think Ado's want to go into look to that story later, but we'll talk about it.
I definitely should. Speaking of Mwangaza, the fact that she apologized 70 times.
I know, 70 times.
In the previous impeachment attempt. I mean, 69 times to the MCAs and once to the speaker. I mean, that got my attention. After the impeachment, I was like, she actually said sorry 70 times. But anyway, let's take a look at the front page of the Daily Nation this morning. Revealed how rogue police let suspects escape. They are calling this an inside job. 8 officers detained pending investigations and jailbreak. Nation has pieced together how 13 detainees, including suspected serial killer Collins Dumaisi Kalusha, who was said to be charged with murder after he was arrested in connection with the Quarry killings, broke out of the police cells. Quite interesting. And of course, bribery claims as Kawira fights hard for survival. MCAs dragged Senate Deputy Speaker Kathure Murungi and Buri Member of Parliament Mugambi Rindikiri into a scheme that led to second impeachment. But on transport and education as well, on the front page of the Daily Nation, the bus was faulty and police failed us. Now, survivors of fatal Muga crash say this was quite tragic. Of course, more of that on page 12 of the Daily Nation. And on education, which is of course in the middle of everything, quite trumpeted at this point in time with the university and all, but journey to free education may have started with members of parliament pushing for one kitty on the back page of this paper. At the top of it, quite interesting how politics are turning out, why Mount Kenya leaders want 50% plus one rule abolished. With, of course, the image there of the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua. It's getting more interesting in Mount Kenya and in politics. City, what do you have on the dailies? Which paper are you looking at? But quite interesting on the Daily Nation today.
City Muga.
Yes, please. Yes, I got caught up reading a story there.
Oh, yeah?
In the Star, breaking glass ceiling. You are equal to the task. Then I'm heading there.
Okay.
You
didn't do in the top corner.
No, change format.
No.
You went deeper first.
Yes, I went deeper first. Top right-hand corner until green.
Thank you. You see now?
Breaking glass ceiling.
Thank you.
Change is not easily welcome.
Not this one, no.
You are equal to the task, Karua tells First Woman AG Dorcas Oduor. That was the class elite. It has been men. Now, they said, enough of these men. Okay?
Yeah.
And we have a lady who is the first Attorney General. Okay? Right. Stalemate as governors reject revenue formula. This is a standoff that has developed in the fourth revenue sharing formula among counties after governors rejected a proposal by the CRA in the move that threatens to derail the approval of a new formula by Parliament. The Council of Governors has demanded a revision of the draft proposal. Well, this is just the back and forth that we see every once in a while between the county government and the national government. State to track Ruto roadside declarations. The government has come up with a system, believe it or not, to track William Ruto's directives for effective implementation. Really. The system is envisioned to help manage the declarations the president makes in his public engagements. Okay, bang, in the middle of the paper.
Voila.
Education. Students categorized in bands and a new model. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Right. Lawmakers moot new plan to ease varsity fees agony. So you're saying that this banding all had to do with fees. Yes, actually it does.
Yeah.
MPs want bursaries, loans, scholarships merged into one kitty. On the face of it, it sounds like it's a good idea.
It's what I think makes sense, to be honest.
It does. But the problem with money going into one kitty, given the trends that we have in always allocating monies that don't necessarily belong to us, to ourselves, this would mean there is more money that people can fiddle with. This is my concern. Yes.
So is it the system or the people?
No, system is inanimate. It's people who are the problem.
It's people who take money.
Yes.
Money just doesn't go.
And also, when this body, when I'm told it's MPs deciding it, I'm scared.
You don't really trust. This is what we'll be talking about in the third hour.
Well, it's not so much that I don't trust them. That would not be correct. I don't trust them completely. You see, you need to be clear about this thing. Okay? Right. Then there's a picture. You know, we thought these days were over when there were accidents in Salga. Okay? Tragic, 13 people killed. This is not just a hot spot. This place has been a problem for the longest possible time. Anyway, hey, God Almighty! When you look at the vehicles and how they are mangled, what you find, I find surprising that some people actually survived. That's what I find amazing. Let's say it wasn't their time, shall we?
My goodness, terrible stuff.
Right.
And if I looked at the Business Daily, I mean, banks set up the battle for rich churches, billions. That's quite a headline, especially in as far as the economy is concerned. Equity, KCB moved to hire bishops, priests as managers. Of course, lenders bet on tithes, offerings, investments to grow deposits. How interesting.
Very, very interesting. Yeah. I can't run away from that. A quick look at the People Daily before we take a look at traffic. Daring escape from cells. 8 officers interdicted as detectives investigate circumstances under which Kware serial killer and Eritrean nationals broke out of heavily guarded police station and vanished into thin air. Call it what you like, but just not behind the cells anymore. Ministry sounds the alarm over fake military jobs. I don't understand. Fake military or the jobs are fake? That's it. It's all syntax. Let's see. Let's take a break right now and take a look at what's happening on the roads, and we're going to come back and look at some of these stories in detail. It's Kenya's biggest conversation at 26 minutes to 7.
Hey, baba boy, gasi imeisha, shopping imeisha, na ujue tokens bado zinalia.
Msupa, nipe mbao na 20 minutes.
Mbao, like 20 bob. 20 minutes, kwani kuna nini? Na ujue mimi nataka kupika haki.
Jaber, kwani ujui dakika mamilini every 20 minutes, halafu wanapea na 10 million every 20 minutes, na hadi kuna 3 millionaires every hour.
Daka mamili virahisi. Uko na nafasi 3 ya kuwa millionaire kila hour.
hapa, usipitwe. Cheza daka, ushike mita yako sasa. Chagua nambari zako 4 za bahati and win up to 10 million every 20 minutes. Nenda kwenye paybill 440440. Account Spice amount. Cheza na shilingi 20 hadi shilingi 2000 na ushinde mamilioni. Daka mita, kuwa bingwa.
My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast.
Now, by the way, see, I thought you are...
No, I know what you are thinking.
Now, when you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital, they have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked.
All right, quick look at what's happening as we come towards the top of the hour. Traffic still not trafficking, at least not for now. There's a little bit of that starting to form on the thicker superhighway as you then get towards the Pangani underpass. That's really the worst of it at this point. Take a look at what's coming out of Westlands, and really not much. James Gishuru is not packing up yet, but we're likely to see that as you're coming out of Lavington later on. The southern bypass also looking pretty good. On Gong Road, as you get towards the City Mortuary roundabout, you'll then get out towards Community without an issue either. Langata Road free and clear all the way through towards the Nyeri Stadium roundabout, and then heading on to Huru Highway. Jogo Road is busy, that we can see already, but as you get towards Landis you'll be fine. There's that normal traffic as you get right around Kamkunji and then touching on Haile Selassie just a little bit as you're getting into the CBD. We're going to keep an eye on all of these things, and you will help us out, will you not? Let's do it. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right, looking into some of these stories today. Let's look at this education one because it has everybody in a bit of a spot of bother, and it's not very exciting. But anyway, a new model described as an injustice to students as MPs push for reforms with a call to consolidate all kitties and funds, including HELB, universities fund and bursaries doled out by MPs, governors and MCAs to make university and college education free for all. It's on page 2 of the Standard, and this is what we are looking at, that 9,720 cases were made to look at this again. Reforms in university education began in earnest yesterday, with Parliament calling for consolidation of bursaries and funds to make tertiary free and to remedy the injustice meted on needy students through the newly introduced university funding model. MPs agitated for merging of all education kitties, including the Higher Education Loans Board and the universities fund and bursaries dispensed by governors, MPs, MCAs and even women representatives. So this came as Higher Education Principal Secretary Beatrice Inyangala admitted efficiencies in the means testing instrument, the method used by the Ministry of Education to determine the amount of funding needy students should get. I'm not even going to go to the rest of the story because that is where you have the problem. If the very thing that was supposed to determine the needs band for every student who was going to then, number one, apply or get funding is erroneous, then what are we talking about? Should we not have sorted that one out first? Because it means that that's why you have such a high number of students who said, no, wait a minute. You said I am needy when I am extremely needy. Or you said I am extremely needy when I am completely unable to do anything. And that depends, or rather, my help or how much I'm going to get depends on that categorization. Now, my friends, if you get it wrong from the get-go, what are we talking about? We should have stopped right there and said, you know what, revert, fix the thing, and then come and tell us how people are going to be able to get this, because you have a whole 5,000 from 9,000 who said, no, you've got it wrong. And here I have the documentation to prove that you've called me needy, but I'm extremely needy. And beyond extremely needy, I am unbelievably vulnerable, and I cannot. So if we can't get that right, then really, what are we, yeah.
I mean, when you're speaking, I can literally feel that passion, and let me share with you guys the experience I had last evening in my house, because my nanny, she was, on it, trying to get her child admitted into the university. So this firsthand, and she shares with me that she asked why she was on band 3, I think, if that's what they call it. And because Kenyans really yearn and thirst for communication, proper communication on what you're explaining. Because what agitates people is that this conversation started way last year. I mean, you introduce something, people say, could you please explain further? The president would actually explain why this funding model was the best for this, group of students. But she says, what she hears is that they considered how they paid their school fees in high school.
So that means...
So if you are able to afford this amount of fee and you do not have any arrears, so then you belong somewhere here or somewhere there. The problem is, are we really serious as far as introducing some of these new things? And the education system in Kenya looks like, it's an experimenting
no, but it is.
A ground right now. But would you really want to play with education that far? This is tertiary level of education. How many children, how many dreams? And we're talking about lost trust in politics, fine. You said when you hear members of parliament discussing this, it's another big issue. So then where do we run to? But education really I think we should have a little more confidence when it comes to that. It's the foundation of who we are.
Yes.
See? Self-recruited supporter.
Thank you very much.
Who am I supporting here? Oh, really? I had no idea. No wonder you are agreeing to a number of
problem.
But it is a
major
problem. It is a problem because the heart of what you say is what now makes or breaks something as important as this. It is very likely that errors will be made when you're implementing something new. It happens. But when this so-called new thing is not clear, if around it hangs a cloud of uncertainty, then it is so very, very easy for people to believe the worst of it. So that anything that may be good in it is completely lost. Now, this one is not clear. Believe me, it is not clear.
You can't play Russian roulette with something that deals with the foundational requirements of everybody,
the building blocks of someone's life. Yes.
I'm telling you, you can't. You can't say, okay, let's see if it'll click around this time. No. Okay, nothing in the chamber. Let's see if next time around it will work. Okay, nothing in the chamber. Okay, let's try for the next one. And then click, boom, bang, we've got something. You can't do that with education. You can't. And this is it. You ask, is an experiment? It is. It's been one ongoing experiment. If it fits, then we continue. We go on to the next one. If it fits, then voila, here we are. It can't be that's the way. And then here we are. I say, okay, 9,720. Out of that, if you have 5,000 plus who are complaining and saying there's a problem, then by golly, there's a problem. It has to be looked at properly. And I really hope that Parliament continues to push. At least let's say that in this year they really pushed on something like this.
No. They're focusing on the funding.
Yeah.
And we are focusing on the mechanics of it. The funding is a lot simpler because we know where the monies come from. How will this thing work so that when the funding is available, it will fit in and it will serve the interests of those who need it. Those who need it most and those who need it generally.
Yep.
Yes. So you can't focus on the money and everything around the money, and what it is you're putting the money into is not clear. No,
it can't be.
No,
and in fact, City, when you just spoke of if it will work, I think let's go further into not just if it will work, but consistently. Do we ever look at sustainability and for how many generations? Not just work one time and then, hey, we have to check again, which is good. We will review, we will examine, but not in the interest of changing entirely or just in a way that throws out Kenyans.
Our mandarins go about this business. You have a system. Every system requires review, if necessary, revamping.
Fair enough.
Us, we sweep it out and then bring something supposedly new. And you're asking what for?
Right? What for?
Yeah.
Is it necessary?
If you look at the blueprint of the 844, it was a beautiful system. And many things that are being discussed now, the CBC mirror what was intended. It was never achieved that. With all these new systems, we don't even go through a process where we pilot it. This is it, and boom, boom. Anything that looks like it might be a pilot, you're not really certain whether it's really a pilot because it's never quite concluded and yet it's still ongoing. And yet, again, just when you think you get it, the classes have begun. And then there's a debate. Should it be in secondary school? Should it be in primary school? And you're thinking, hiya, when are students going to learn? 1 year, 1 whole year was like one.
Grade 7s didn't read anything.
Lost.
Right.
While this debate is going on. Surely, how is that supposed to inspire confidence in this system?
We can do better.
I agree.
We can do better. There was a crime scene.
And I'm just thinking, are we watching Prison Break yet again?
Go.
Our very own. And look, it wasn't even a joke when this guy was brought in as a suspect. I mean, in hurting families, the victims of these particular deceased people, it hurts. But just to read headlines like this, daring escape from cells, you read through and you feel like, wait, I don't want to be part of the movie. But how rogue police, and look, rogue police, in the same statement, let suspects escape. Look at the 13 detainees. I mean, among them, suspected serial killer Kalusha. Wait, do you remember how he made headlines when he was suspect? Here we are again. And now he was said to be charged with a murder after he was arrested in connection with the Kwara killings, and he broke out of the cells, yet to be charged. Wait.
He's not been charged. What has he been doing there all this time?
Exactly. And when we have rogue police, how long does it take us to figure out we have, 13 plus rogue police in our system? Come on, let's stop joking about men in uniform. You just read something about, fake military. We're not even sure it's the personnel or the system or the whole military. Some of these things make us look bad. I know we are looking at the AUC position. Let's be very candid about this. There are things we do that look very simple, very mild, very small. But if someone looked deeper and observed from the external countries, you're looking at things like security, and this is the games we play now. Really?
Okay, let me ask you a question. What if we inversed this story and started by saying perhaps it is a reporting issue?
Is it?
Well,
Okay.
Perhaps, what if these policemen are not actually rogue? What if they actually know what is really going on? And a statement is being made. What if the person who was picked up was not the person who was involved? It is a what if question.
My goodness.
Because this isn't the first time we've heard this story of rogue policemen letting go of individuals. And then you're told, there was one who literally walked out of Muthaiga police station.
Yes, he did.
The guy who had been accused of chopping up his girlfriend in the US. Remember that one? Yes. Now, the question I'm asking is,
what's up with Muthaiga police station? Okay, sorry. Or Gigiri police station. Okay, sorry.
Do focus. Sorry.
No, this question is a valid one. It really is. And it fits right in what I'm trying to say.
But there's Kasarani as well.
Yes. There's also one near where I live. It's called Kilimani.
Yes.
The point I'm trying to make is this. This is what we keep hearing. What if the complete converse of this is what is true? That they are not really rogue. And that the people who were told are suspects are just that. But there's really no evidence to support the suspicion that is being leveled against them.
Do you remember when this Kalusha man was arrested? And I asked the question, I said, come on, wait a minute. They were able to collect all this evidence in 24 hours. They were able to find him, pinpoint down to the place where he lives. They've talked to people, they've gotten phones, they've spoken to girlfriends and others who said they were living or not living, come we stay. They got all of this information in 24 hours. They even displayed for us on a table outside there, did everything. And then today, we are reading that you are yet to charge him. This was almost a month ago. So I am actually now starting to fall in line with your possible conspiracy theory that, wait, is it possible that those questions that we started to bring up in terms of, is this guy really the one behind this? Is the quarry issue really one of a serial killer? Was it something else? And now that you've gathered all this information really quickly, one would expect that because you have all of this evidence that you've collected so well in such a short period of time, that a charge sheet is here from here to Timbuktu. The charge sheet is ready to go. It's hot.
My friend.
Ready to be presented in court, and then suddenly it's not. And then Gafla bin Vu, people have escaped. Voila.
Kenya here, Jimmy Wanjigi was told to report. A guy called Jimmy Wanjigi.
All right.
Kenyan, eh?
Yes.
Asked to report to police station. Reported. Handcuff.
Yeah.
Night.
Arrested.
Court.
Tomorrow.
Bond. Released. Okay. Allegations. Once you're told to return, you haven't returned. Problem there. Breaking the law. There's another one. You're supposed to have been inciting people to do all manner of not very good things. Again. But you're out on a bond. This one, everything we read was the evidence was stacked against him.
Yes, now.
But this isn't the first time. And then there are cases that we are told this one is hot, spanking, sizzling. Goes to court. Time.
No evidence.
This evidence actually was not quite enough. But I thought that's why you take them to court, because there's evidence.
City not even take them to court. By the time you take them to court, and then there is a charge sheet.
Yes.
You've written.
Charge sheet. That means you've done the fiduciary duty of presenting that we actually have adequate evidence to ensure that we can charge.
Because you don't prosecute without evidence.
Jermaine.
I mean, how do you even start? Look, I'm reading at some of what the sources say, the people who actually encountered this aspect. It's interesting, and I like how City says sometimes it's the reporting, but the laxity. I mean, if someone breaks out of prison and you hear things like, let me just read it how it's written in Kiswahili. Huyu jamaa wa Kware alikula breakfast hapa leo asubuhi. He actually had breakfast after you really have that kind of laxity and freedom. And looking at what they're saying here, that one of these dailies also understands that senior Nairobi police commanders have questioned. All right. They're questioning why such a high value suspect appears to have been treated casually.
Who are they questioning?
By police at the station. Who are they questioning? Who?
It should be
and the senior commanders.
They should be asking themselves, like, Ndu has a conversation. Ndu, how did this happen? It is you who is questioning that. You should be questioning yourselves. Why does it look? Yes. Look, 13 total number of suspects reported to have escaped from Gigiri police station. The suspects were Eritrean nationals and Collins Jumaisi, who were set to face murder charges for the Quarry killings. Broke out. What are we talking about? And then we're even very happy to say it in the public. Yeah, broke out of the police cells.
And you're shocked. Like we are.
The police station is a crime scene.
Do you remember a time when the DCI was tasked to give some explanations and said, I wish we also knew where those people who are missing are. I wish we had answers for you. And Kenyans asked, who's supposed to give us the answers? By the way, well, that's where we are.
Let me read something that I think may be a little pleasant to read. Every time something positive happens. I was looking at the business day doesn't have a top right hand corner until green.
Okay.
But this one, it looked like the top right hand corner, and there's a lady smiling here, and she's wearing a delightful pink garment.
I love it.
Like it, dare to be different. This is a story of a lady who is now has been the Absa Bank banking director. Goodness. Called Elizabeth Wasuna. And then there's a story of how she rose up. Her parents, her father was a doctor, her mother a teacher. What is it with these doctors and teachers? Anyway.
They seem to hook up.
There's this thing, nurses for that matter. But there it is.
I refrain.
You refrain. Okay. Why I'm saying that this is an interesting story is dare to be different. How Elizabeth Wasuna utilized her soft power to rise from intern cubicles in Absa Bank's C-suite. It is always uplifting when you hear of something of this sort that happens. Banking was a man's world, was it not? Completely so, male-dominated. That seems to be changing. Would we say it's changing for the better? According to Elizabeth Wasuna, she believes that if there were more women in positions of authority, the world would be a much safer, much more peaceful place. Do you agree with her?
Well, cheers to the new AG.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Sorry, I'm just in the same flow.
You've understood perfectly where I was going with this. We're experiencing a brave new world in this country.
Indeed. So it was historic with the swearing in of the new AG Odur, because Kenya's first Attorney General, that is a woman. That syntax is messed up. First woman to be Attorney General
who is a woman?
And anyway, you get what I'm saying.
Yes.
And President William Ruto's remarks as she stepped out he made it very clear. It's not just because you're a woman that you are here. You deserve it because you are competent.
Yeah, voila. Makes sense. Okay, now let's look at another woman really quickly that was under fire yesterday, under the lights. It was crazy, but here we are. And of course, many people were accused of playing the gender card, that she's being, impeached for the third time because she's a woman. On count one of gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, senators have voted to impeach Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza. So we looked at that yesterday. It's interesting. Yes, she actually did apologize 70 times. And she said this, so I apologized. I apologized if I had done anything wrong. But apparently the Senate would not hear it. So the MCAs impeached her. They wouldn't hear it now. They impeached her for the third time. Was taken to the Senate, and in one day, the Senate, went late into the night, but the senators voted to actually uphold, rather, and in this case, what you would call convict, and upheld the impeachment. It means a number of things: that she ceases to be governor with immediate effect,
exactly,
and that she will relinquish all roles, duties, all perks, everything from today. And she ceases to be governor, and now we are, of course, going to go into another election. The deputy governor holds for a certain period of time, etc., etc. But if you look at the intrigues, my good friend Alicia Ongoya put out a case.
Spirited fight.
It was fantastic to hear him and how he defended her. But then also Njiru Ndegwa on the other side for the MCAs was like, it cannot be. In this case, third time must be a charm, where we're saying, look, there is something fundamentally wrong at the governorship, and it doesn't have anything with her being a woman. That there was just inappropriate governance, there was mismanagement, etc., etc. And they even went as far as saying that, there were claims of bribery. It would appear as though the Senate, from what we see, had no choice but to uphold the impeachment.
Are we seeing something else here? The waning power of influence. Are we seeing this? Why do I say? It has seemed almost impossible to actually impeach a governor. Say for that rare occasion when there's a governor who somehow...
Their father them.
Their collective father was a unique. There are cases where you look at it and you say, I think if the Senate looked and said, here...
And even if we tried, we could.
She's actually the first governor to be impeached since devolution, I believe.
After Ferdinand Waitito?
No, there was Waitito.
Okay, yes.
There was a guy in Embu who, similar attempts were made, but that guy was Houdini. Escaped all the time.
Yeah.
Okay? A guy called Wambura. They kept trying, he'd escape. Kept trying, he'd escape. The point is this. Ndegwa Njiru, I think, got it right when he said, there must be something wrong. Everything that we say, whether some people say they were bribed in order to impeach her, some say money, exchange hands, all that notwithstanding, something must be wrong because there are 47 governors. And all these governors often have issues with the Auditor General.
Yeah.
But we don't see the spirited attempt by their own MCs to get rid of them. We don't. So why was this one unique? And she is not the only woman governor.
No, she's
course.
No, she's not.
No.
She isn't, yes.
No. Kwale has one. Homa Bay has one. Machakos has one.
Kirinyaga has one.
Susan Kihika.
Yeah.
Nakuru has
one. Embu has one. So,
what I found intriguing is at this point in time, this last one, she actually pointed fingers to the, I think, Deputy Speaker of the Senate. And she said he has a hand, or he's trying to, she's always said someone is behind it. One of the things Kenyans, even for the Gen Z who are agitated in the streets, were demanding is for some sort of, I would call it political maturity to, own up some of these things, be responsible. We've talked about chest thumping or always shifting the blame. It doesn't bring us solutions, really. I think this time the Senate was like, you know what, maybe we give you a chance to, step down, reflect, and surely Kenyans are a step ahead in terms of governance. This is no play, and I'm envisioning 2027, and everyone who wants to be in position of power are going to be thinking very deeply before 2027, because now Kenyans are now, working as per the law, and as much as people say Senate will act politically, but at this point in time, even the politics didn't save, Kawira Mwangaza. It's Mwangaza Gizani. That's what they say.
And it's interesting because we're looking at voting in terms of gross violation of the Constitution and other laws. It was 100% in favor of her quote unquote guilt.
That is rare.
It is rare.
Very rare.
It is very rare. 100% of the senators' vote said, you know what? No, Absolutely not. This one just doesn't look good at all. She's got to go. That's what we look at. And of course, the question is for a lot of people right now, they're saying, you know what, who's next? And does there have to be a who's next kind of thing?
Yes, in this country, yes.
In this country, there has to be
I don't know why I feel like there should be a
there will
who's
be.
next. Yes.
There will be, because when this sort of thing happens, people are energized.
Indeed, people are energized and saying, oh, actually, voila, it can actually happen. Let's see what we can push. More conversations continuing this morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Lao Ubaga. Meru Governor Kawira Mwangaza has been impeached in a contentious late-night voting session at the Senate. Senators primarily from the Kenya Kwanza coalition voted to confirm all three charges against the embattled governor. On the first charge of gross violation of the Constitution and other laws, the Senate found Kawira guilty, with 26 senators voting to confirm the charge, 4 voting against it and 14 abstaining.
Honorable Senators, the result of the divisions indicate that the Senate has upheld the following impeachment charges. Charge number 1, gross violation of the Constitution and any other law. Charge number 2, gross misconduct. Charge number 3, abuse of office. Pursuant to Article 181 of the Constitution, Section 33 of the County Government Act, and Standing Order 86 of the Senate Standing Orders, the Senate has resolved to remove from office by impeachment Honorable Kawira Mwangaza, the Governor of Meru County, and the Governor accordingly ceases to hold office.
The second charge followed a similar pattern, with 26 senators voting in favor, 2 opposing and 14 abstaining. The third charge, abuse of office, so 27 senators voting to confirm the charge, 1 voting against it and 14 abstaining. Majority Whip Boni Halwale, one of the few who did not vote for the governor's removal, challenged the speaker to address certain procedural issues before proceeding with the vote, evoking historical parliamentary figures like Martin Shikuku and J.M. Kariuki, among others.
Mr. Speaker, I'm reflecting on the history. John Maria Saroe, Chelagat Mutai.
Senator Boni,
I have the floor.
Senator Boni, you're totally out of order.
Mr. Speaker, I beg you.
Take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Parliament of Kenya.
Senator Boni.
It is the Parliament of Kenya, I tell you.
Don't push me into throwing you out.
Don't throw me out.
Take your seat. Senator Boni, take your seat.
Mr. Speaker, don't throw me out. I beg you.
Just take your seat. Take your seat, Senator Boni.
The session also saw drama when the speaker instructed the sergeant at arms to remove nominated Senator Beth Siongo from the chamber. This order was met with resistance as female senators began wailing and protesting what they perceived as harassment by the orderlies.
Sergeant at arms, order! Order, Senator Mazayo. Order! Order! Can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? Everybody has witnessed everything. Can you take your seats? Can you take your seats? Order!
If Kawira fails to oppose her removal through court, Mutuma M. Ethingia, Mwangaza's former deputy, will become the 4th governor of Meru County. Preliminary investigations by police into the escape of 13 detainees from Gigiri police station suggest an inside job implicating officers who have since been suspended and taken into custody. The station is a crime scene following the breakout despite the presence of police. The inmates staged the daring escape after cutting the wire mesh outside the cells before jumping out to Limuru Road through the fence at the back of the police station. Preliminary investigations, according to Acting Inspector General of Police Gilbert Masengeli, suggest that the escape may have been facilitated by insiders as the officers had been properly deployed to guard the station.
Our preliminary investigation indicated that the escape was aided by insiders, considering that officers were deployed accordingly to guard the station. The matter is currently under investigation by Internal Affairs Unit, and any person found culpable will face full force of law.
At the time of the escape, a total of 17 suspects were being held at the station. The 4 who remained behind have been questioned by the police. 8 officers have since been interdicted from the police station over the escape, with 4 of them currently in custody helping with investigations. Gigiri OCPD statement has, however, raised eyebrows as he claims he has never accessed the cells since murder suspect Jumaisi was brought to his station, yet it's his mandate to inspect the cells on a daily basis. That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
At the top of the hour, what's happening on the roads this morning? We saw traffic already starting to build on the Thika Superhighway as you come towards the Pangani Tunnel, and that's going to continue for some time from all we see. Also on Jogoo Road, it was getting heavy as you get towards Landis. What's the tip of Landis getting towards Kamkunji? That's busy. Then onto Haile Selassie. Gong Road is not looking too bad, but it's coming into the city heart as you touch on the city mortuary roundabout and then out towards Community. It'll all meet and converge on Uhuru Highway, heading from Mombasa Road out towards the CBD. All right, speaking of Mombasa Road, not much traffic happening here. Cabanas in that interchange coming in on North Airport Road. We'll probably see some traffic as we're getting into it this morning. Coming out of Westlands, not looking too bad either. Some traffic on James Gishuru as you get through towards the Red Hill Link Road. Lower Kabete is likely to pack up as well. So just giving you a bird's eye view of what's happening on the streets today. Also, let us know what's going on so that we can share with people. Want to keep safe? Arrive alive. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X. Hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, newshound, a man who believes in punching up.
21st day of August into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning, and we're getting into a climate conversation this hour, and even as we do that, welcome to our audiences around the country tuned in Nairobi and around different cities, but also our live streams on YouTube, Facebook, on Twitter, on X, as well as on TikTok, and welcome to our audiences on KTN. All right, as we get into that this morning, a couple of reminders for you. What does it look like under the hood? Under the hood, in this case, being your body. The Aga Khan University Hospital reminds us that, you know what? Health is what, CT?
Sacrosanct.
Okay.
Yes, it is yours, of course, so long as you look after it. If you let other organisms invade your body, it will cease to be yours. It will be a shared property. Now, some of these microorganisms may be good for you, many are not. When you hear of an emergency, someone has been admitted and they're in the ICU, HDU, the problem didn't occur on that day. The problem had been lurking and building, and by the time you headed towards hospital, it has manifested in the worst way possible. But this can be avoided. That's the whole point. It can be avoided. And all you need to do is to present yourself for a checkup, a comprehensive checkup. And Aga Khan University Hospital is saying, look, for 9,950 Kenya shillings, we will give you just that, a checkup, so that you have a clear understanding of where you stand with your health and whether this health is within your control or it is running away from you.
There you go. 9,950 shillings, and you can make sure that everything is up to scratch. And once you do, and you're thinking about an education abroad, a lot of people looking for universities abroad education, guess what? Well, Cradle, the Study Abroad World Fair, is happening right here in Nairobi on the 31st of August. And there are many things that are going on. It's from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the Gallant Mall in Parklands in Nairobi. Top universities from the UK, Ireland, Cyprus, Northern Cyprus, Germany, Turkey, the UAE, Grenada, New Zealand, Australia, and the USA will be in attendance. And there are very many things that can happen on this one day. Apply to universities on the spot. Boom. Amazing scholarships right there for you. Go. Visa consultations, because visa officers will be there to get you sorted in terms of what you need to do. And you can also think about getting your accommodation and your housing needs on the same day. One fair, one shop, one stop. It's the Cradle Study Abroad World Fair. You can attend, but we need you to register for that first. How do you do that? www.cradle.com. And you can also call 0799 000 444. Attend the fair and get all your educational needs abroad sorted on one day. All right. Getting into this hour, we're looking at what's happening with the climate. And we're looking at conversations that are very necessary to be had as we're getting into a very near future, literally next month. What happens? This year, there was a lot of rain. It went beyond rain and it was flooding. And the entire country essentially was inundated with copious amounts of water. And many said things should have been done. And now we are getting to the place again where we're saying it's drying up and things should be done. Two guests join us this hour as we get into that conversation. Dr. Philip Omondi is the Project Manager, Weather and Climate Information Services. Dr. good morning.
Morning.
As well as Dr. Maslin Gudoshava is a climate modeling expert with ICPAC. And you're going to ask me what ICPAC is, and I will tell you. Maybe she will tell you. But as we get into that, it is a regional center, but she'll give us more information about that. Dr. good morning to you.
Good morning to you too.
Karibu sana to the hot seats of the Situation Room. It is a hot topic, so let's get into it proper. And as we do that, CT is going to welcome you to the room with a proverb. Two things. As he tells us the proverb, then you can tell us what you think about it and how you interpret that.
Yes. We, for the last 3 weeks, this is the fourth week, we've been looking at countries in Africa that are landlocked. And we ask this of our guests, just to mention one landlocked country, so long as it's not Uganda, Rwanda or Burundi.
Okay, I will mention Zambia.
There's Zimbabwe.
They kind of like had a foot in the door anyway. These are climate, environment, land people.
No, they watch the show.
Nice one.
Okay, yeah, let's go with that.
So they came prepared. They said, that guy, we're going to try and ask this question. That's we're ready for you. Z and Z, yes. We are in the Republic of Chad. The country has 200 ethnic groups. How many?
200.
Yep. And it is the 5th largest country in Africa. 20th largest nation, just by the surface area in the world. The question that will be asked by somebody, okay, so we're in Kenya and where are we? What is our number? Well, be happy, you're 23rd. There are 54 countries. You're not the smallest. The smallest is actually Seychelles. Okay? So we're not doing too badly. Now, the proverb. Arrogance burnt the chief's compound.
Arrogance burnt the chief's compound. Dr. Omondi, what do you think about that? What does it mean to you?
Arrogance burnt the chief house.
Compound.
Well, I would say if you are arrogant, you are calling for yourself problems.
Okay.
So to me, I think it means kind of like you should be someone who's willing to listen to others and take advice.
Be willing to listen and take advice, or if you're going to your own downfall if you don't.
Yes.
Chief Stormfront, many things happening.
Do you guys feel what I
Go ahead.
shared earlier?
Yes.
They're leaning towards your own building barriers.
Okay, Anki, so
You get it?
Okay.
Yes,
nice.
we get it. We get it.
Anki, you're justified.
Thank you.
Completely.
Yeah, completely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
She had given a descriptive, interpretation which is very similar to the one the two of you have given, and so now she's been, yes.
It's okay. You're in good company. Okay, so let's get into this again. Coming off the backdrop of what's been happening, when we look at climate change, when we look at climate situations, when we look at the climate situation in the country, unprecedented flooding took place in this country between the months of March towards mid-May. And then it kind of all dried up. We saw some rain, then in the middle of it, and then we're getting into what is inadvertently going to be a dry spell. But before we do that, I want to start off with ICPAC. Dr. Maslin, what is ICPAC and what exactly does it do?
So ICPAC, so the name in full for those who might not be aware, is the IGAD Climate Prediction and Application Center. So it is one of the specialized institutions of IGAD. So there are quite a number, and we are one of them. We are headquartered here in Kenya. We are also like a regional climate center, specialized for WMO. We are a designated center for WMO. And we provide climate services to 11 countries. So IGAD focuses on 8 countries, but we also extend our services to Rwanda, Burundi, and also Tanzania. And we focus on different aspects. So we focus on climate services, so where we are doing the monitoring and then the forecasting. And we do this for different time scales. So when there's a tropical cyclone, we also issue out warnings. And then we also issue out weekly forecasts, monthly, seasonal. And then we also have climate change information. We also have different divisions like the disaster risk management, the water, the food security and nutrition. We also have climate change. We also focus also on capacity building of our member states.
And I mean, just for purposes of clarification, IGAD is the Intergovernmental Authority on Development.
Yes.
Right. Okay. And so before we get now into it proper, Dr. Mondi, when we look at exactly what you do then with climate services, just give us a little bit of insight into what the Weather and Climate Information Service does provide regionally in the country.
Thank you. My colleague has stated what we do, but I want to say that we are a specialized institution recognized by the World Meteorological Organization. This is the UN body that checks and balances on all weather issues globally. So we are accredited, and by the way, there are not too many. Yeah, we are the only accredited regional climate center of excellence in Africa. We have ACMAD, that is in Nyeri, that is serving the whole continent. So before you become a regional center of excellence accredited by the World Meteorological Organizations, you have to pass some standards. So we went through sometimes back in 2015, 2016, and we are one of the excellent centers.
Okay.
So coming back to the question that you asked, we know that weather and climate information services, for you to get an information for weather, you need data. Not many people can access data. You can have a data there, but it does not talk to you. So our work is to collect data or get data from member countries that we serve. We unpack that data. It's a lot of information. So you analyze it. After analyzing it, it will be able to speak to you, tell you what is expected in terms of weather. So that is what we call information. So that information that we get from the data that is has been collected for many, many years. The more years you have, the better, the more informative. So we use that one to inform the population, the communities, the people that are affected. And by the way, weather cuts across all sectors. So our work is to unpack this information, disseminate it, or give it out to users in a manner that they can manipulate, they can use it and apply it.
Who are the users? Are we talking about governments, organizations? Who are the users?
Nearly you are a user, government a user, agriculture, that my grandmother in the village is a user, the oceans, so across.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as we're getting into it now, we're getting into a September, October dry spell. It's coming. Or I could be saying my own things. What exactly is the situation right now and what are we headed for? Daktari Marceline.
Okay, so in the upcoming season, so talking of the whole region in general, what we see is that the Eastern Horn is likely to experience drier than usual conditions. So we are looking at southern Ethiopia, Somalia, also parts of Kenya, the northern and eastern parts of Kenya, and then we are also looking at Tanzania. So in these regions, we're expecting drier than usual conditions. And I think to also make matters worse, we are also expecting warmer than usual conditions over those areas. And then looking at the western parts of the region, what we're expecting is wetter than usual conditions. And then in general, we're also expecting warmer than usual conditions. Yes.
If I were to ask a layman's question, how do I differentiate between weather and climate? What is weather and what is climate?
Okay, so weather is what is happening now, and then climate is what you aggregate over a longer period of time.
Okay.
So
it's cold, that's weather.
Yes.
Yeah. If I'm expecting it to be hot now, that's climate.
Not now, but over, like now we are saying the coming season, June, July, August, then you are now talking of climate. But if you're talking of weather, today, tomorrow, how does it look like?
Okay, now, which gets me to ask a question. How accurate is the data that you consume, and how accurate is the information that you put forth?
Okay, maybe I can help my colleague. How accurate? Okay, one thing that we must appreciate is that data is an issue. Even if I ask you data about your health, you say, oh, but why? So the same way, data is...
Why don't you ask me?
Data is sacred for us Africans. We value data. So the little data that we have, before we tell the public about what the data is telling us, we have to perform what we call, we check. We do quality, we check. And to some extent, when it is beyond a certain threshold, it is good enough for us to give it out. So to answer your question, it depends on where. We have a very sparse network of data, but with the little that we have, there are some scientific way that we use it to give them...
Allow me to get specific and speak as a lay person. Okay, now, if I want to know where the wind is blowing, I lick my finger and put up my hand like that. Then if I feel cold, I know exactly where the wind is coming from.
Okay.
All right? My grandmother could feel her back itching and she would tell me it is going to rain.
Exactly.
She had a scar on her back. She had several. These were incisions that in her time were indication that somebody had tried to heal her of something. And it would reach the point where we would actually be asked to scratch it for her. Okay? And oddly enough, it would rain. Oddly enough. Many of the occasions it would rain. Many occasions didn't rain on that day, but it rained later. What are the indicators that one uses? I'm asking this as a layperson because every time we hear of the weather, individuals telling us about the weather, and I like what you started, a southern tip of
Eastern Horn.
Yes, and then we even make fun of it.
Is a part of
and then
westerly winds that fly over the eastern
the southern lowlands, and then everything.
The leeward.
Yes, exactly. And we're thinking, right, very good. This information, how is it gathered in as simple a manner as possible, and what is it that we look at to give us the indication of what is going to happen? You see, what's happening today, I live in today, so I can see. But what concerns us usually is, like, when is the dry season beginning? When is it likely to really rain so that we can't control it? That sort of thing. Because it affects us enormously.
And even as your response, allow me to pick this, the words of Kofi Annan, because it's very interesting what he said about climate then. And I know you have also, spoken on it right now. And he said, on climate change, we often don't fully appreciate that it is a problem. We think it is a problem waiting to happen. These are the words of Kofi Annan on climate. Are we going a bit, wrong about what we're expecting as far as climate change and warning? Is it a problem we are anticipating to happen? We should actually look at it as a problem.
Okay, let me put facts here straight. Before I come to data, we need to understand, because it has not come out clearly. We have what we call seasons. In our region, let me talk about Kenya. We have 3 seasons. When we talk about season for us, it is when we have rains, and when we from January, we start from March, April, and May. That is our first major rainfall season. Then second one, we have June, July, August. That is our second and dry, what we have gone through, and it's sometimes called in Nairobi. Then we have October, November, December. So as climate scientists, our focus is on those seasons. We want to tell the general public about what will happen in our coming seasons. That's why, as a specialized center, we have to do 3 times in a year. The March, April, May, we do focus in February. Then we tell the end users.
Okay.
The June, July, August in May. Then October, November, December, we do in August that we finished yesterday. So when you ask a question, before I come to data, that it is cold, it is dry, this is our dry season and cold.
Okay.
So people are asking, well, how comes we used to get, Nairobi gets cold up to July, but now we are in August? That is true. It has spilled over. That is what we call extreme. And the extreme comes as a result of the climate that has changed. When it has a change, we have excess drought, or flooding, excess low temperature like what we have witnessed now. Those are what we call the fingerprints of a climate. So we monitor them and we have that information. When I come to the data and the indicators, we have quite a number of indicators as we look at. Prediction is not just peeping through the window and you say, oh, it's going to rain. It is much, much more than that. We have at our center, we have a data bank that spans from 1961 to date. So you must do what we call, you look at how they behave through some indicators. We have the oceans, which are the center of water that gets into the atmosphere. Then that is what eventually comes down as rainfall when conditions are ripe. So we look at oceans, we look at the flow, the moving up of winds, we look at so many things, technical jargons that if you get into, you will even confuse the population. Okay. Indian Ocean Dipole, quasi-biennial oscillation. So at our center, we have more than 20 that you can look at before you check and say that it is going to cause weather to play in a certain way.
Okay.
So that monitoring is critical, and this we get from data, which is well prepared, post-process, and ready for forecasting.
Okay, so we've talked about information, we've talked about data, we know what weather and climate do, that interrelationship between the two. Now, we've also said that as we're going into the next couple of months, that things are likely to be drier, it's likely to be warmer. So then one would have to ask, combining this data and information that we have, Dr. Gudashava, what or how do we use that information to plan for these next couple of months where it's going to be drier, where it's going to be warmer? Because on this side of the continent, when we hear those two words, we usually equate that then to drought that affected 23 counties in 2023, to the point whereby almost 12 million people were at risk of starvation. So how do we use that information to plan for the future?
So maybe let me just start. So we just had a regional climate outlook forum. So in this regional climate outlook forum, we had member states from the 11 countries. So what was happening during this time is we were coming up with advisories of what should we do in the coming seasons. So we had different people from the different ministries. So talking about the health sector, the agriculture, livestock, disaster risk management, and then we also had the peace and security. So some of these issues that we need to do were discussed in this forum. So like, how do we move forward in this season? What do we need to do for the agricultural sector? So there were advisories that people came up with. So for example, in those areas where we are expecting drier than usual conditions, people were discussing on issues of which type of crops can we plant which are more drought tolerant, and what are some of the actions that we can do in order to avert crisis for the disaster center. So talking about issues of what are some of the anticipatory actions that we can do so that we don't end up in food crisis. Yeah.
Okay, that's very interesting, because we're also in the neck of the woods where maize is the be all and end all of everything when it comes to crop, and it's also one that requires quite some water to live, right? Or to grow, for you to be able to harvest it. So to have a conversation about alternative crops for growth in a drier period of time seems to me like a conversation that should have been had years ago, as opposed to 2 months to the thing, isn't it?
So maybe I can also go back a bit. Maybe part of the information is over the productive areas. We can see we are expecting wetter than usual conditions. But as you are also saying, issues on we should plant this, I think this is a conversation that started long back. People have been discussing this, and I think right now there are quite a number of varieties that are also drought resistant that have been produced so far. So I think it's a conversation that is continuing and will also keep continuing in light of climate change on how can we actually adapt to such conditions.
Perhaps if I would just shoot one question to Philip, because I liked his remarks when we began this conversation, speaking of his grandmother back at home, and those kind of people who are essentially the backbone of agriculture in the country. And speaking of food security, I mean, we have all these things essentially trickling down to education systems. Children hardly go to school if they're starved, or if the very extreme weathers destroy classrooms, infrastructure. It is so distractive. And I like what you have said that ICPAC does to, of course, the centralized meetings with the stakeholders. But I'm more curious about the grandmother back at home. How does this information, reach them? They're not left out, because they're the ones who need this information a little more, I believe. I could be wrong. But I'd like to know that it's not just the stakeholders worldwide that come sit down. Of course, I appreciate Kenya having sat with Africa in the summit last year. Yeah. But how about my grandmother? How about your grandmother? Do they really get this information in that clear structure? Is it effective this far? And have they gotten the warning anyway as we speak?
Quite profound and really good. Before I answer that, let me say one thing, that we are climate scientists. So when you talk about, for example, the question of variety to plant in a dry area, we don't do that. We work with experts from those areas. So when we talk about agriculture, when we are releasing our focus, we sit in one room with agriculture experts, health experts, security experts. So all these people, experts, sit with us. So our work is to unpack and help them understand how the situation is going to be climate-wise. Then they use their expertise now to respond. So we sit with agriculture, then they go do research and come up with the kind of variety that can thrive in a dry area.
And I'm very sorry to interject, but real quick, I mean, you do a very good job, and you want to ensure that this job you do, you can see the fruits of it.
Yes.
So I'm sure you just don't sit back and say, well, we did our part. Of course, I think Elijah in the Bible or Ezekiel.
Yes.
And now it's up to you to use it.
Yeah.
But I think it would be nice to let us know in your evaluation.
Sure.
I mean, do you see that the stakeholders surely do good with this information? Are you satisfied, or do we need to call out some of the stakeholders as well to give enough support to ICPAC for the great vision they have?
That is correct. What we do for us to get who is it that is expert in agriculture, security, and we bring them. We pay for them to come and get the information. They are not sent by their institutions. That is good enough for us. And again, for us, as a regional entity, we have a mandate. But let me say that how do I reach my grandmother in the village? You know, from data, you unpack, analyze, get information. Then from the information, you package it and disseminate. So like in the forum that you were in yesterday, being expert with us. And by the way, yesterday's forum resolved that we will be having farmers in the forum. And we talk to them in a language that they go back and do that. So the expert will sit and agree with the scientists what that would mean to a farmer in the village. So this is one agent for a farmer, for example. Agriculture expert goes back to agriculture ministry. They are field extension officers. And by the way, from regional level, the focus is downscaled to national. The Kenya Met will sit with communities, will sit with agriculture at national level. They will unpack and zoom it to see at county, at district, and location level. So from there, then we expect that this information that started from the regional center has trickled to the national center. The national center taken, by the way, all the 47 county directors do attend the downscaling. Then these directors, when they go back to the county, they usually have meetings, I think weekly, where the security people are there, the agriculture extension, health, they are also there. The same thing is repeated there. So we expect that this will cascade from national down to county and beyond the county level.
Okay, let's take a break on that point and then come back to the nitty-gritty about, okay, so what really should be happening? What should we see to avoid a situation that was really so terrible in 2023 and years before that? Having a conversation on climate and what it means in the drier months of 2024 between June and August, and what it means for food in this country. We'll be back after this. It's 25 minutes to 8.
Nairobi, get ready. The Cradle Study Abroad World Fair is coming to you. Meet top international universities, apply on the spot and secure partial scholarships. Get student visa and accommodation assistance all in one place. The Cradle World Fair will be held on Saturday, 31st August from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Gallant Mall, Parklands, Nairobi. This is an invite-only event. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call 0799 000 444.
What? My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast.
Now, by the way, see, I thought you are...
Nilifikiri umefanya ile kitu.
No, I know what you are thinking.
Now, when you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital, they have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
Cloudy conditions in Nairobi this morning. We'll see highs of 22 and lows of 12. 14 will be the low in a cloudy Nakuru, going highs of 21, and 19 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Nyeri. 21 going to lows of 13 in Eldoret, where it's also cloudy at 13. Mombasa, sunny conditions at 24 with highs of 29, and we'll see highs of 29 in a sunny Malindi at 25. It's 21 and cloudy in Kisumu with highs of 28, while Kakamega at 16 will be cloudy for most parts of Wednesday into highs of 26 and lows of 16. We're looking into a cloudy Kampala at 20 with highs of 26, and Dar es Salaam at 24 is cloudy with highs of 30 and lows of 23. It's 11 degrees and mostly sunny in Johannesburg with highs of 25, and Mogadishu at 26 is mostly sunny with highs of 28 and lows of 24. It's 13 and cloudy in Addis Ababa with highs of 18. And Lagos at 25 is cloudy with highs of 29 and lows of 24. It's clear at 19 in Kinshasa with highs of 32 and lows of 19.
online, mobile, and on radio.
All right, let's look at what's happening coming into traffic hour this morning. Taking a quick look at our streets again. We're going to start with the Thika Superhighway, see what's happening here. And there's a buzz of activity as you approach the Pangani underpass. But before survey, I don't think we'll have too much of an issue. It looks all right coming off of Waiyaki Way and into Westlands, and then into the CBD as well. Also, as we come off of Ngong Road, we saw some flurry of activity, but that's not going to get crazy, at least not for now. Okay, then into the city coming off of Mombasa Road also looks pretty good. The Eastern Bypass is busy as you touch on Outer Ring just a little bit. And let's see what happens as we progress into traffic hour. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
All right, at 21 minutes to 8 o'clock, our conversation continues on climate and planning towards the drier months. Dr. Gudushava, as we come into the break, there was some, just sharing in terms of how experts and practitioners are sharing and using this information. Because isn't that the issue that we had? That there may be information and data that has been collected. It doesn't trickle down. We don't use it. We're not talking about drought-resistant crops that can be used. The information is not being shared. How then do we ensure that happens to ensure, again, that we don't see the kind of, suffering that happens because of a drier season?
So just adding on to what Dr. Philip talked about in terms of how that information trickles. So we also have different initiatives that we undertake. So we also have what is called participatory scenario planning. So this is where we take the climate information down to our local level. So we do this in collaboration with our member states, the NMHs, the National Meteorological and Hydrological Services, so like with KMD. Mm-hmm. So we go down to where people are. And now in this case, so like what you say, do they understand the information the way we have packaged it? Mm-hmm. Most likely not. So we try to kind of unpackage it in such a way that someone who is like our grandmother really understands what are we talking about. And the beauty of this one is we also integrate the indigenous knowledge in this focus when we are down on the ground level. Mm-hmm. So that's some of the things that we do. We also do specifically for agriculture what we call PICSA, which is Participatory Integrated Climate Services for Agriculture. So trying to also get it to the level that people who are on the ground also understand. And also maybe adding on something like what Kenya Meteorological Department has also done very well is what you call the barazas. I'm sure you've heard about barazas, mm-hmm. where people are actually disseminating also the climate information. Like now is the start of the rainy season. People gather, they disseminate the information.
Mm. Talk about gathering data. Let me just ask again. You've mentioned it, mm-hmm. but I'd like a little more clarification. What data actually do you collect from counties, respective departments and so forth? What is this data that you collect from them, the one which you aggregate to mm-hmm. now give you this mm-hmm. overview?
Okay, so for us, we don't who gives us the data are the Met services. So like, for example, KMD. So they collect the data. So the data includes like rainfall data, temperature data. Mm-hmm. So they send it to us so that when we produce our forecast, we can also have this data to improve what the global models are giving us.
Okay, what do you use to collect this data? For instance, mm-hmm. rainfall, I am of the view, mm-hmm. and learned view, that there must be some technology you use for collecting rainfall all over the place so that you have an idea that this is the amount of rain we've had. Mm-hmm. And then that leads to the question of, okay, how accurate is that measure, and what sort of sample size do you need mm-hmm. in order to mm-hmm. be able to state with certainty that this information that we're giving you represents the truth or represents the reality?
Yeah. Let me say that we are a regional center.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Mm-hmm. But we have an agreement, a protocol, why we established here that we work with the Kenya, the Met services of all the 11 countries. So their work is to collect data. You know that Kenya has got quite a number of collection points.
Yes. There are centers.
Centers.
Yes.
Even when I think when you're in primary, long time ago when things were still good, we had rain gauge.
Yes, exactly.
We did.
I was going to say that.
Yeah.
We actually made it in the science class.
Yes.
Thank you for
So
reminding
that one
me.
is
Yes.
happening.
Yes.
All over.
Yes.
So we work with them such a way that they send that data to our center. Because we have sophisticated computers, we have models, as you heard my colleague said. We get that data and bring the technology globally. You know, our center is connected globally with the advanced centers like UK, Japan. So with that, we have a very powerful computer in our center where this data is analyzed. But the collection is done at country level. Our work is to post-process. You know, when you are given a data, before you use it for analysis, you must check the validity of that data. Of course, there are also gaps. Sometimes maybe an instrument broke down, it was not collected. So our work is to make it completely full so that we are able to analyze and get accurate information. So the collection of data is done by our agents. Then they also do the same at their level. Okay. But I want to say something that my colleague said. You know, sometimes there could be seen to be a conflict of interest. Our work mandate is regional.
All right.
But when she talks about peace participatory scenario planning, we as a regional center, we educate and capacity build our national counterparts so that they do the same to county and community. We are not supposed to leave IGAD regional body and go and work with the farm in the village. But we have people we work with that to do the same. So our work is to get funds, train, and we give them that to go to the ground. So many times, the issue that comes up is the response. Several people died because of flood. How comes that you did not tell us this? So our work as a center is early warning. There is what we call early warning and early action.
Right.
So the response is not our mandate, but we work with the governments and advise them so that they respond. So if you see some of these things that are happening, it is not that the people did not know. It was known, but the response was either slow or was not done at all. Otherwise, data that we use, before you use it, it is of quality. And when we talked about WMO, World Meteorological Organization, their work is ensure standards. And before we are accredited, they must have seen that the products that we give, the data space that we use is of quality. So I want to assure you that the credibility of data that we use is of importance and gives us information.
You mentioned barazas, where information is disseminated. Do you have forums where you also get feedback as to how worthwhile and useful the information that was disseminated was?
Yes, so definitely monitoring and evaluation is a very important part in any system. So we do get feedback. So most of the times we get feedback from the member states on how they actually used the forecast information that we gave them and what were the impacts. And then we also do disseminate surveys where we are asking, like, given this information, how did you use it? What are still some of the gaps that you want us to fill, and which areas do you want us to improve on? So even in the past 2 days, we did surveys to get feedback on what we are doing.
All right, I'm curious, and I like that you spoke to this before we took the break, because it's as simple as, I like how CT puts it, like layman's question. Or so what are the warning signs right now? What is the climatic trend right now until June? Like literally, the question would be, so which is the warning this morning?
Yeah, just as I said in the beginning, we give warning as per the season. Right now, we are in August. Our season that is almost ending was June, July, August. So we gave a focus for this, which we have seen come to pass. We now see it is very cold, yet we are expecting that we should be having sun and warm temperatures. So as I said earlier, these are the extended anomalies. We say extreme events. So under normal circumstances, we have what we call the normal. But when it goes beyond the normal that is known, that is now when we talk about extreme. So the focus for June, July, August, we gave in May. It has come to pass. Yesterday, we just issued one that is going to open in October, November, December. And that is exactly what my colleague had given us.
Okay, so what do we expect to see? What do we expect to see? Because if we look at what happened last year, 2023, and because it was a big deal that we saw that there was livestock that was lost. I mean, we're talking about in the thousands. We saw that people were on the verge. Were on the verge of starvation, and we had to see the place where there was government intervention and there was external partner intervention to see that then food, literally food, was brought in to feed people, because the earth would then not be able to deliver in terms of food for people to eat. So what will we see in this instant? And can we say that the interventions that are already being put in place will guarantee that we will not have 23 million people at risk, that we will not have rather 12 million people at risk, or 23 counties at risk of, teetering on the precipice of this starvation again? Can we guarantee that?
So maybe just to take you back. So when we faced high food insecurity levels, so that was extended period of dry period. So we had a drought from 2020, October 2020, all the way to sometime in February 2023. So you can see that was quite a long period of time when people were not actually harvesting. But in this case, we are just getting into a start of maybe dry conditions. But as I was saying, people are working towards preventing these disasters. So I'm not sure if you have heard about Kenya just launched their roadmap for anticipatory action. So in this case, it's more of you're trying to prevent these disasters before they happen. Instead of responding to the disasters, you're trying to say, before this disaster happens, what can we do so that people don't suffer, so that we don't have the high food insecurity levels that we are having over the region.
Okay.
And if I just to add, every focus that is given is normally accompanied by response measures and contingency plans. So the people I talked of that attend the forum go back, work with the government, and also do a national contingency plan. So the contingency plan is where the government is supposed to know, the drought is coming, it's going to be dry, harvest is not going to be good. So they start prepositioning of food items so that people, when it gets to extreme, people get it. So where we then disconnect sometimes comes in is where the response comes in. Early warning is given, but somebody somewhere fails to respond positively. And then we are...
Okay. What should the response be when we hear that it's going to be dry? Between now and... What should the response be? Start gathering food? And how soon should this warning come in place? Because from what you said, from that question that CT asked, it's possible to be what's the word that you used? It's possible for you to be accurate in terms of what is going to happen some time in advance, right? So if we can deal with accuracy, then we should be able to respond with accuracy, right? So how long should I have? If you say to me in January that between June and August it's going to be dry, what should my response be?
Yeah, we expect governments who are custodian of the food reserves, who knows the population of the counties that are going to be affected, to know what to give. So it depends on how the government works. So we say it's going to be an extended dry spell.
Yes.
Harvest is going to be poor. They look at their store, the reserve. If they know that in a month, in a year, we consume this, and the drought is going to go for 6 months, it is up to them now as experts to plan properly. Can import, can get from other areas that had good harvest to the other countries that had a poor harvest. So all this now we leave it to the national government to work on.
Well, we appreciate what you're doing. In fact, I really appreciate that. And what could be disheartening, at this point is, remember last time when we had floods and we had a dryers conversation to dry our maize, and there was, some sort of miscommunication on whether the floods are coming or not, and then whether the dryers were bought or not. I'm just adding to the, to the point that we expect action. And when Philip said somebody somewhere, is letting this whole system down, maybe we should call that someone in the room next time with ECPAC.
Oh, we will.
Yeah, so that they really understand that they're letting down a whole visionary organization.
But then
plus a population.
But consider also there's something interesting here. Because when we talk about climate change, the discussion here is about the center not holding, and what was normal is now no longer normal. Okay?
Yeah.
So this anomaly, when it becomes normal, see the problem again, those who are supposed to respond to these changes may not respond appropriately. That's why I asked the question, what happens after information is disseminated? Because human beings are what and who they are. They will do what they're used to doing. You will tell them, you will explain, they'll look and they'll say, okay, we've heard you, but this is how we normally do our things. Okay, and then disaster strikes, because it will strike.
Right.
And the question is, in the time you've disseminated information, have you come up with an understanding as to how often you need to pass on this information before it takes root? Because people don't change that easily. One disaster will not change them. They'll think, that was this time. Next time will be different.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's a whole kind of a game changer. You have to change mindset,
Yes.
When we give information, as I said, our mandate, everybody has a mandate.
Right.
And people are very careful that you don't go into their mandates. So ours is early action. Once you've given early action, our work is to make sure that it goes down, trickle down to the village, as we had said. But before we give the next one, we do evaluation. We ask ourselves, with the information we gave, did it come as we gave it? So before we give any the second, the following focus, we must evaluate and tell people it was 80% accurate, 90% or 50%. Then after doing that, then we say, what is it that we did not do right? Particularly those who are now given the focus. What is it that you did well? What didn't you do well? And why did this disaster bring this number of lives, number of lives that were lost? So it is a game that we do by a number of people. It's not only us. So we have health, we have agriculture. So everybody has to say, what did you do? And what didn't you do right? So being a learning experience, people should learn that this was given, we never acted. Next time when it is given, we are supposed to act. So it is not a one man or a one institution mandate or show. We are working with quite a number of people, right from UN agencies, NGOs, private sectors, governments, and even communities. So you may do your part. Somebody may have not done his or her part well. The blame will be on them.
Dr. Marceline, how would you know if this coordination then was harmonized rather, that everybody doing their part? What would we see for us to know that, yes, information trickling down, data gathered, information collected, now being used in a proper manner, that the experts are, disseminating it, and that those who are the end users are picking it up, and then, what would we see and say, actually, this thing is working, it's working right?
So I think it goes to what he was asking, issues of uptake. How are people uptaking the climate information? So I think one of the issues that you'll see is people talking about it. So that's one of the things people normally talk about, the seasonal forecast. What did the seasonal forecast say? And some of the decisions that they actually did take based on what the seasonal forecast said. So you actually see, for us, like ICPAC, also, like you are saying, because we're a regional climate center, we also coordinate what is happening. It's mostly coordination of what happens. So in this coordination, we also get feedback from these member states. So what Philip was talking about, we work with representatives from the different ministries. So they also report back on what did they say and what did the people do, and what were the impacts afterwards. So, for example, what you were talking about last year when we issued the forecast for enhanced rainfall for October, November, December, there were efforts actually to clean up the drains and do a lot of effort so that the flooding impact is not too much. Yeah.
Did we harvest any water? Someone is in the comment section saying, even now, he is convinced we haven't learned as a country. Brings me to this question: how are we doing as a country? It's good to talk about the regional aspect, compare it with other countries. I mean, let's look at this. Every time we have indexes that we look at, perhaps if I could have a good morning, you'll tell me Kenya is doing well. We're responding well, Philip. The meteorological department is responsive. The people, the farmers, generally, rank Kenya in as far as response is concerned and preparedness to this point. 2024, I mean.
2024, March, April, May. Okay, Kenya is one of the most advanced country in terms of data and in terms of also services, climate informed services. So over the 11 countries, Tanzania is doing much better, Ethiopia, Kenya. So in terms of response, the same, because it also depends on the government's effort in response to the early action, that early information that we give. So Kenya is doing well.
Right.
It's only that this issue of weather, climate is everybody's business, but people don't want to act. They want things to be done to them.
Guy McPherson said, and this is just on a light note, if you really think that the environment is less important than the economy, try holding your breath while you count your money.
Good place to end on. And I think just important for us to continue to look into matters. It is important. There was too much suffering that happened in the last beat. It's important that we use warning systems like this to actually plan for the future. Thank you for being part of this conversation this morning. Dr. Philip Omondi is a project manager, Weather and Climate Information Services, and Dr. Masilini Gudoshava is a climate modelling expert with the IGAD regional body, ICPAC. Thank you very much for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation. Till the next time we talk, good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Thank you.
Spice up your life.
Yesterday's accident that killed 13 people at Muga along the Kericho-Nakuru highway, authorities and survivors have confessed. The accident occurred after a bus belonging to the Coast Bus fleet that left Kisumu for Mombasa rammed into a personal car at the notorious Black Spot. Survivors say the driver lost control of the bus due to faulty brakes before it rammed the car that had slowed down to negotiate a bump. The 7 comes as Rift Valley Regional Police Commander Jasper Mbati said investigations will ascertain the cause of the accident.
We have had a tragic road accident which occurred at around 4 in the morning at this point along Eldoret Nakuru highway at this point known as Muga, involving a Coast Bus and a small car, Toyota Passo.
Nyeri residents have been advised to seek medical attention if they exhibit symptoms similar to Mpox. Health CEC Joseph Kiragu said they are working closely with local administrators to sensitize the public on the infectious disease. European Centre for Disease Prevention and Control says Mpox symptoms are similar to flu and include pus-filled skin lesions. Within 1 to 3 days of infection, a patient will develop a facial rash that spreads to other parts of the body, including their hands, feet, chest, face, mouth and genitals. Kiragu allayed fears, saying measures are in place to address such incidents. Kenya has reported only 1 case of the disease, a person who travelled from Kampala in Uganda to Mombasa, then to Rwanda via Tanzania through Taita Taveta one-stop border point. And police are investigating a suspected murder after the body of a woman was found on the roadside in Athi River, Machakos County. The body of Dolphin Nyamwamu, 30, was found in Tifom within Sabaki. The body did not have any visible physical injuries at the time of the discovery and was moved to Shalom Hospital mortuary awaiting post-mortem. In Kiambu County, the body of 38-year-old Mary Wanjiru was discovered outside a house in Niku village. Police said they suspect Wanjiru was murdered as her body had injuries on the back, indicating that she might have been killed elsewhere and dragged to the scene where it was discovered. Wanjiru's parents alleged she was last seen on Friday last week. At least 2 miners were killed after a gold mine they ventured into collapsed in Hilo Moyale Marsabit County. Police said the deceased comprised a group that sneaked into gold mining holes at Hilo Welkiti Golding mine site at night. One of the mining holes collapsed instantly, killing them and injuring 3 others. This is the latest tragedy at the gold mine amid efforts to control illegal activities. Moving on to the international scene, Barack Obama told fellow Democrats in Chicago that the torch has been passed to Kamala Harris and that the United States was ready for her to become president. Former President Obama, who was greeted with rapturous applause and cheers at the packed arena hosting the party's nominating convention, said Vice President Harris would fight for Americans and called her November poll rival Donald Trump dangerous.
We do not need 4 more years of bluster and bumbling and chaos. We have seen that movie before, and we all know that the sequel is usually worse. America's ready for a new chapter. America's ready for a better story. We need a president who actually cares about the millions of people all across this country who wake up every single day to do the essential, often thankless work, to care for our sick, to clean our streets, to deliver our packages. We need a president who will stand up for their right to bargain for better wages.
Former First Lady Michelle Obama as well supported Kamala's presidency, further urging U.S. residents to support them despite their weaknesses.
It's up to us to remember what Kamala's mother told her. Don't just sit around and complain, do something. So if they lie about her, and they will, we've got to do something. If we see a bad poll, and we will, we got to put down that phone and do something.
That's the news wire. I'm Leah Ubanka.
.5 SpiceFM Kisumu.
Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga.
CT Lodge. Muga, not Muga.
He's here and here's the day's proverb.
One man marries a woman, another man marries troubles.
Is he the same man?
Spice.
A lion cannot eat more than 2 donkeys. It will die a natural death because there is no ICU in the forest. In Kenya, it has become the situation that you cannot conduct 2 elections. In fact,
with the same IEBC.
You can't.
I tell you about this Indian friend of mine who was enjoying other Indians in the group. He wrote the word valve and told them, read it.
So how did he say it? I really want to know.
The valve. Because kina Ednah, it's the, like you've said, the bees and the peas. Kila kitu mkisia kisema atasema opposite.
Opposite?
Ukisema hii anasema opposite.
Opposite.
Ukisikiliza namna hii unasikia opposite.
The Situation Room, Spice.
All right, what are we looking at with traffic on the roads this morning? And we're seeing a build-up as we are in traffic hour. All right, quick look at what's coming off of the thicker superhighway, and it's quite some as you get towards Survey, manageable for now. And then as you get towards the Pangani underpass, it's going to scrimp up a bit as you touch through the tunnel. Jogoo Road was busy, is busy. Landis Road not giving, but I can be sure that in a short while Landis Road will pack up some, but let's just keep an eye out for that. Langata Road is busy as you then get towards Aerodrome and then also onto Huru Highway. Either Eastern Bypass, bits and bobs of traffic as you get along towards Outer Ring, so that's going to continue for some time as well. And then we're also looking at traffic coming off of Waiyaki Way. Ngong Road, like I said, busy. And James Gishiro is going to pack up as you get towards the Red Hill Link Road. We are in traffic hour. Nothing too crazy, but we're going to keep an eye on things. Then, you know, if you want to see the national park and see animals on a Wednesday morning, you want to use the Southern Bypass, the scenic route into the city. Let's see what happens through traffic hour. We'll talk. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, newshound, a man who believes.
Good morning. Where are you tuned in around the country today? Wherever you are, Karibu Sana to Kenya's biggest conversation, and we're getting into the third hour at 9 minutes after 8 o'clock on this 21st day of August. It's already Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody. I'm telling you, the year is flying. It's crazy. Yes, I know. It's before you know it is going to be. I don't care what you say. It's already Christmas, and many things have already happened. Just go with it.
I was gonna sing.
Oh, you were gonna sing?
Yeah.
Don't worry. Joy to the world and those good things. We will. There's always a time. Everybody's got a song. There's always time for things like that. We are continuing into this conversation this morning on our live streams. Don't forget YouTube up, Facebook, TikTok, and X. And we're looking into a food security conversation coming off the back of a climate conversation. What better marriage than that? And our guest for this hour is already seated. But before we talk about food, how about we talk a little bit about health and how you need to make sure that your health is intact? No?
Yes.
Go.
Well, there's nothing magical about health. What is magical is intent. Do you intend to be healthy? Do you intend to remain healthy? And that is something that is within your purview. The Aga Khan University Hospital has made an offer that one should consider seriously, and it's this. For 9,950 Kenyan shillings, if you go to any of the outlets, you will get a very comprehensive check-up. Ball joints, eye sockets, feet, chest, mouth, ears. You will get to know exactly how you are doing. None of these WhatsApp messages of so-and-so is in the ICU and needs God knows how much money to do God knows what. When you visit someone, there's a tube sticking out of every part of his body. None of those things. But if you get a checkup, you then get to know. If there's a problem on the way, you will know about it. And so you can deal with it. A stitch in time, saving 9 here.
Such things.
And it's something that you can do.
Okay.
If you don't have the money, look for it.
It's where?
Aga Khan University Hospital.
How much?
9,950 Kenya shillings.
Very good.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay. So let me take you to a place whereby all the information that you'll be looking at for overseas education, university education, will be in one place at one time. It's the Cradle Study Abroad World Fair. It's taking place on the 31st of August at the Gallant Mall in Parklands from 11 to 4. So I've told you when, I've told you where, I've told you what. Now, let me give you some more nitty-gritty about that. What happens is that the universities who will be showcasing from across the spectrum, from the US to Australia, New Zealand to Grenada, Cyprus to Ireland, UK to Germany, Turkey, and the UAE. Universities from all these countries will be showcasing who they are. You have an opportunity to apply on the spot. You can apply for amazing scholarships and also visa consultations, because the officers will be there on ground to tell you what you need and how you go about it. It's absolutely free to attend this World Fair, but what you need to do is register online, closer to the date. So that you can be given your way through. So everything that you need, you can even apply for your accommodation once you've applied for your on-the-spot admission. So all of this available right there on the 31st of August. It's the Cradle Study Abroad World Fair. Register on www.cradle, that's CRAYDEL.com, or call 0799 000 444 and get well on your way to quality education abroad. All right, we're getting into a food security conversation, and a man with a delightful name, I really do like it, is in the studio with us today. Sieka Gatabaki is the program director at Mercy Corps, and we'll be looking at food insecurity, a threat to Kenya, and why we should embrace new farming technology. Sieka, good morning and welcome to the Situation Room.
Morning.
Great to have you here. You right now are in the hot seat of Kenya's biggest conversation. And we'll be learning from you today, and in terms of what's happening and why we need to do what we should be doing. But we're going to welcome you today to the conversation with a proverb. You hear the proverb, and we're going to give you an assignment already. You will forgive us, or you will enjoy it. I'll go with the latter. As you hear it, you tell us what it means to you and how you would interpret it. Is that okay? All right.
Our proverbs for the last 3 weeks have been from landlocked countries, and we've given our guests the pleasure of telling us one locked country that they know of. And it shouldn't be Uganda, it should not be Rwanda, it should not be Burundi.
And it must be in Africa, n'est-ce pas?
It is in Africa, and it also shouldn't be Zambia.
No,
Ethiopia. The next nearest one.
You sure it's landlocked?
Well, I mean, through Djibouti, but it's landlocked.
It is landlocked. Yes.
To a large extent, it is.
I just want to know exactly. It is actually landlocked.
Okay.
Yes. Well, somebody asked me, okay, so if there's a lake next to it, is it landlocked? I said yes.
Yes, it is.
Landlocked. It means it's inside the country.
And doesn't have direct access to the ocean.
No, it does not.
Voila.
That's
All
landlocked. Right. So our proverbs for this week, and these are the final proverbs from landlocked countries, come from the Republic of Chad. Arrogance burnt the chief's compound. That's a proverb.
It is at this point now.
You don't allow me 30 seconds to just breathe.
We do.
Oh, absolutely.
Many directions.
Wisdom.
I mean, from a word-to-word basis, the whole idea of arrogance is basically just not being aware of yourself. Yeah? Arrogant people are people who believe they are greater than thou. Yeah? And because when you have that kind of belief, you then do not connect with your environment.
Yeah.
And you tend to create fires unnecessarily. Yeah. And so that's how the chief's house got broken down. Yeah. He was too arrogant, did not connect with his people, and did not understand what his people needed. Very, very pertinent discussion in the times that we're facing in the country, but I won't go there. We're talking about food security.
That's very interesting, because we came off the back that, a chief's compound, especially in Western Africa, is a place where so many things are happening. People come with their animals, others are solving disputes, others are saying they don't want to marry this husband anymore. And those things are all happening. And if it's not met with grace, all these activities could essentially burn down. No? Yeah. That's great. Okay.
He said something, and I picked the word thou, and let food be thy medicine, and medicine be thy food. That's a nice quote.
King James.
Yeah. Do you know which scripture that is, City?
Yes.
Let food be thy medicine, and medicine be thy food.
City said yes.
It's in the Bible.
It's in the Bible.
It's somewhere.
So that's fine.
Okay. All right.
City said yes. Okay. Sieka. Yeah. So, let's just get off. You work with Mercy Corps. Before we get into this insecurity, food insecurity, and where we are and what technology can do, tell us a little bit about Mercy Corps. What does it do? And when we say Corps here, it's the French word spelled C-O-R-P-S. So tell us.
Well pronounced.
Merci.
It's a challenge. Yeah, cops.
Yes, I know. Cops is a dead person, but okay.
Yeah.
Cops are also those
cops,
people who...
Cops without the R are those guys who are on the wielding.
Tear gas and those ones. Yes.
But if
and beat people for just walking around.
Indeed.
Those ones.
In this case, we're talking about the corps, which incidentally in French means body. So what does Mercy Corps do? How do you go about
it? So Mercy Corps is an international NGO in over 40 countries around the world that is focused both on humanitarian and development work. So we really look out to support those sectors in society that do not have access to resources or are underserved in general. The program I work for in particular, which is the Mercy Corps AgriFin program, specifically looks at agriculture, the food system, and how technology can improve the lives of people who are working in the agricultural space. Now, more specifically, what we do is we don't necessarily work directly with the farmers, but we look at solutions that are being developed by the private and public sector and work with those solutions to see how we can design, test, and scale them so that they can benefit the smallholder farmer at the end of the day.
Okay. So then, this big word that seems to slap us in the face, food insecurity, we hear it and we think, oh my God, the food on the planet is diminishing, dwindling. We're not going to be able to feed. What does food insecurity mean from this perspective?
Yeah, I mean, food insecurity, it's a big challenge. We are growing, we're at, over 8 billion people. And there's not enough food production, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. Productivity and yield rates have been really declining over the years, and there's not enough production to really sustain individuals and this kind of growth rate that's happening in the world right now. On top of that, of course, you are just in a conversation on climate. We're seeing adverse weather events happening, and this is also reducing our capacities to actually have adequate food for the people, to serve people in countries. Then beyond that, some of the structural issues that exist is that smallholder farming is quite an inefficient way to create food, or rather, it lacks the resources, the structures, the formality that would allow it to produce food at a scale capable of reaching and feeding the world as we know it today. Many of the smallholder farmers are still, to a large extent, subsistence, so they don't even produce enough to get out of the farmhold into the market. So we're having challenges like that. So how you then move this whole mass of smallholder farmers in Kenya? It's about 60% of farming is about smallholder farming. How do you move this mass of people to actually then produce at a better yield rate, so that then you can feed your food basket?
You know, you've actually asked one of the most pertinent questions that never seem to be responded to adequately. There are all these people, they're predominantly agrarian, they farm, mostly subsistence for themselves, and with time, even that for themselves has diminished. But then there's the other thing is, beyond having food, how do they also get money into their pockets? So then how do you get this unit to work and to work effectively? Would you say that at the end of this discussion, we are going to come up, or you're going to tell us how it is that this thing can work? Because I have to determine whether we should continue this discussion or not.
For the last 8 years, we're answering that question. I think we've made headways, and it's not just us. Many organizations have made some headways. And there are some clues to the answer in terms of how we can actually go about improving the food system.
Okay, so let me ask the question. You've had processes. I may have probably preempted what you're about to say. Forgive me. But what are the variables that you've included in your discussions? And what are the key individuals, groupings that you have included in your discussions? What entities have included in these discussions? And the findings that you say have come up, are they the sort of findings that ordinarily generally has consensus? Because consensus is very key in the process of accepting a process, and accepting is how it is we move forward in implementing whatever it is we're saying.
Yeah, I think there is consensus around the fact that, number one, value chains that are unstructured, food value chains that are unstructured, need to be structured a lot better. Way back, maybe 10, 20 years ago, there was a big movement around building cooperatives across value chains. That was a way of really structuring the value chain so that you can get the right services to the farmers, and the farmers can access their inputs, markets, etc., and get better returns on their agricultural work. So one of the answers is there, that we need to structure the food system a lot better. Whether those investments are happening now in the right way, that's left left to chance. I mean, when I was coming here, I used the expressway. The expressway has cut the time to come to Mombasa Road by 10 minutes. I was coming from ABC Place. If I was using the old traditional route, I would have taken an hour or two, etc. It's a whole preparation, a whole challenge that you're facing just to get here. So by creating a structure like the expressway, you create efficiencies in a system, and that's just in the logistics system. So in agriculture, similar structures need to be put in place. So there are similar barriers that are affecting smallholder farmer that need to be removed. And then there are opportunities. And the opportunities that we are working on are the digital technology opportunities, whereby if you don't have the opportunity to create a formal cooperative, you can actually create a digital collection of people. It's just about aggregation. So there are new ways of aggregating farm produce. There are new ways of aggregating knowledge so that you don't necessarily need to have a 1-to-1 ratio or 1-to-100 ratio of trainers, farmer extension services to every farmer. You can actually do this digitally because most farmers will then have a phone. So then how do you transverse that sector of the market is probably what we're looking at. And those, like I said, we have some answers, but I think we're just really at the end of the beginning of the journey.
All right, I want to ask something that I think is also very vital, and I believe it's one of your objectives. That is, and it's one thing to produce, and it's another to actually have that produce give back to you. And I think it's very vital to connect buyers and, of course, sellers. And I want to understand what you do in as far as creating that power to these parties to actually, have a flourishing economy working for them. Because it's very beautiful to hear that, you put all these people together. But when it actually comes to the action of this seller, this buyer connecting and creating that flourishing economy, how are you going about it this far?
Okay. So as I mentioned, we work as a facilitator in the food system. So we identify promising technologies, promising companies that are developing solutions to tackle some of these problems like market access. And what we do with these partners is that we work with them to identify where the key challenges they're facing in terms of deploying their solutions. Is it a technological challenge in terms of the way they've designed their platforms? Is it something in relation to how their platforms interact with the end users, which would in one case be the farmers and the other side would be the sellers. And then we help them through a design process, working with different researchers using processes like human-centered design, farmer-centric research, to really identify what are some of those pain points, how can we design the solution to work better for, say, for example, a lot of the farming community are less educated, so you need to then design for that. How do you make sure that they can access it, they can actually utilize what you're providing them? It could be that. It could be also that there's an issue around how finance is circulating within the ecosystem. So then how do you then create partnerships between these market access players and the financial service providers? So there are various ways that we look at the market, and there's not one specific barrier. We try and tackle as many as possible, with the scope and the boundary being that our main focus is looking at how digital and how do we advance digital as one specific area. And it's not the one solve-all bullet, but it is a place that needs to be looked at.
How then do you combine that technology? Because here it is. I mean, that's the crux of the matter here is, all right, so here we are entering into the digital age. Some would say, other nations have been in that space for a while. But, Kenya's on this part of the world, getting into that proper. How then do you leverage the digital technology that's available to solve an agricultural problem, which is perennial? How is Mercy Corps doing that, and how can it be seen?
So we run an accelerator where we identify who are those technology players. There were companies like Twiga Foods, Koamana. There are quite a number of them in the market. And many of them, the main challenge that they faced is that they've reached a certain level of farmers that they're able to serve. And they want to grow beyond that point. So we help them identify what are the key things they'll need to do to actually make their solutions reach many more farmers more effectively and really deliver at a price point that is suitable for that specific market. So those are a couple of the things that we do. And we work across multiple areas in the sector. So we look at market access is one of them. That's an important thing. Access to financial services, that's critical. We all know that to a large extent, smallholder farmers still do not have access to enough financial services that could help them grow beyond what they're farming now to explore their whole piece of land, whether it's 1-2 acres, and really farm across all that. We also look at their education, so information services. So how do you get them access to good agricultural practice information? How do you get them agronomic advice? And then how do you get them climate smart information so that they're up to date in terms of how they would actually manage their farms moving forward? I think you were speaking about your mom scratching her back. Those are the traditional ways of knowing. Grandmother.
Yes.
Yeah, those are the traditional ways. And it's actually quite interesting when we go into the field and you talk to farmers and they say the same thing, like we used to know when it's going to rain. We used to know, but it's changing. And said right now we don't know. We don't know. And we need reliable sources of information that can let us know. Yeah, and one of the things is that everyone is really trying to be an innovator. So sometimes some of the solutions that are being presented to these farmers are not working. Yeah, so we try and vet, test, see, okay, how do we make sure that what you're saying has gone through the rigor to make sure that it is actually a valuable solution that can really help the smallholder farmers.
Let me combine two questions into one.
Sure.
Since you work with the communities, you are clearly aware of how it is they go about their business. And what you've just said points to it. They tell you that's how you know. Now there's technology. One, how do you get whatever it is that has worked for them in the past? How do you usher it into this age that we are now in, the communication age, the technological age? And how do you ensure that that technology is acceptable to them? Its applicability is really not the issue. The technology may be very applicable and it'll work. The acceptability factor is what. How do you go about this?
There's always a process of adoption. Yeah, in terms of identifying how technology can really get diffused into a community. Yeah, there's a great sociological book on diffusions of innovations, and there's a research that was done in the U.S. around how in the agricultural sector that technology has been adopted, and it came up with the famous bell curve with the early adopters, early majority, late majority, laggards, etc., and give you some ideologies around that. So we take similar approaches, really identifying what are the key determinants in a particular community in terms of how that technology will be adopted. We look at things like positive deviance, and that's the idea around where there are individuals who are more ahead of the community in terms of identifying new ways of doing things. And those individuals, you leverage their thinking and build on that to really deploy your solutions. But as I mentioned, we're working with entrepreneurs, and I think the powerful thing about good entrepreneurs is that they go in to identify a problem and come up with a solution for it, rather than come up with a solution and look for the problems everywhere. And so we try and look for those entrepreneurs that are actually truly looking at what are the problems that their communities they're working with are facing. I'll give you one such example. There's one of them that was a vet in one of the counties. And she went around seeing how a lot of the dairy farmers were struggling to manage their cows, etc. And she came up with a way of managing the records of the cow, etc. How to then better give the right information to the farmer so that their cow can produce more milk. But in her journey towards discovering how to manage those records, she also saw that, look here, these farmers are also having challenges accessing finance. But now that I've digitized this asset in a particular way, we know its health, etc., she was able to then attract different financial service providers, insurance providers who said, okay, fine, we'll insure the cow because now we know where it is, we know its health status, etc. Financial providers say, okay, yes, we can give you an input loan to purchase whatever you need to sustain the cow, etc. So those are the entrepreneurs we try and foster. Those are kind of the breakaway cases that we're looking at that can really be scaled and provide a lot of opportunities for many farmers writ large.
Interesting, and I think that's important to be able to then draw parallels between, the technology and the idea and the physical manifestation of these things happening, and we'll come and look more into some of those. Let's take a break at this point. Siaka Gatabaki is the programs director at Mercy Corps, and we're looking at food insecurity and how we can leverage technology to ensure that populations essentially are fed and fed well, isn't it? All right, 28 minutes to 9 o'clock. The conversation continues after this.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Cloudy
the weather
this morning we'll see highs of 22 and lows of 12 is 16 and cloudy in Nakuru with highs of 22 and 20 will be the high in a mostly cloudy Nyeri at 13. It's mostly cloudy at 14 in Eldoret, going to highs of 21 and lows of 13. Sunny conditions at 25 in Mombasa with highs of 29 and lows of 23. Mostly sunny at 27 in Malindi with highs of 29, while into a cloudy Kisumu at 21 we'll see highs of 28 and lows of 19. Kakamega at 18 is cloudy, highs of 26 and lows of 16. And we're looking into a cloudy Kampala at 20 with highs of 26 and lows of 18, while Dar es Salaam at 23 is mostly sunny, we'll see highs of 30. And into a sunny Johannesburg at 14 degrees, highs of 25 and lows of 11. At 27, Mogadishu is mostly sunny, highs of 29 and lows of 24. While in a mostly cloudy Addis Ababa at 13, we'll see highs of 18 and lows of 12. And Lagos is cloudy at 24 with highs of 29. And at 19, Kinshasa is sunny with highs of 32, back down to lows of 19.
Nairobi, get ready. The Cradle Study Abroad World Fair is coming to you. Meet top international universities, apply on the spot and secure partial scholarships. Get student visa and accommodation assistance all in one place. The Cradle World Fair will be held on Saturday, 31st August from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at Gallant Mall, Parklands, Nairobi. This is an invite-only event. Make sure to register by visiting www.cradle.com or call.
Just a little bit busy on the Thika Superhighway this morning, and we're seeing that coming through towards the Pangani Tunnel. Not much happening on Kiambu Road, but we're likely to see that go through towards Muthaiga Square and then level out as you get into the CBD. It's busy on Gong Road, getting towards the junction of the city mortuary roundabout, and there is some traffic coming off Langata Road that's going to spill towards Raila Odinga Way. Aerodrome is busy, getting onto Uhuru Highway, and on your different junctions, getting in from the Langata Road and then out towards Haile Selassie on this side, Bunyala Road on the other side. It gets busy into the CBD. All right, a quick look at Outer Ring, which is not doing too poorly. Kangunda Road is busy. And then as we get from the Eastern Bypass through towards Airport Road, North Airport Road, I think we'll be fine. Yes? All right, let's keep talking. See what happens as we get through it. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
Having a food insecurity discussion this hour, Siaka Gatabaki is Programs Director at Mercy Corps, and we're looking at some of the things that we can do, actually leveraging technology to then be able to make sure that people are food secure. right? Anki, you have a question?
Yeah, it's, I was reading one of the articles that says humanity is facing major global challenges that are transitional in nature, but they also say it's trans-institutional in solution. I'm very curious to know what you do, and as far as, mitigating or dealing with some global challenges. I know we've spoken through a number of things, but now we say that the globe is one big village, and you've talked about technology and putting all these people together, stakeholders, and I'm looking at gender inequality, all these things, because when you look at agriculture, especially in the African continent, women, majorly these are the small scale farmers, and they're literally the backbone of agriculture. But how do they come in? How do you ensure that you're not, widening the gap more? And essentially, this far you have come, is it working in mitigating or dealing with these global challenges?
Thanks for that. And there are many things in the question that you've asked. Let's see if I can tackle a couple of them. One point in terms of global, and it's good that you recognize that, is that it's no longer just the smallholder farmer in a particular country trying to produce food for that market. They are competing against all the other farmers in the world. They are competing against large-scale farmers. So the challenge for smallholder farmers has been tenfold. Because you have to produce yields at a competitive price compared to what your neighbors are producing, not only in your country, but in the countries around you. And those countries could have either better natural resources, lower costs of labor, etc. So they're able to produce at a much lower price point than you are. And then you have large-scale farms like in places like Brazil, etc., that are producing exactly the same thing, maize, etc. So it becomes then very uncompetitive for you to actually possibly just stay in the same value chain. Some of the things that when we look at is, okay, what solutions are available to help farmers switch crops? How do you switch into a new value chain that is probably more advantageous for you to work in, that can give you better results, and is probably a competitive advantage for your country or for your context, wherever you're farming, your soil, etc., etc. So looking at technologies that do that, and there are a couple that help with that. In fact, Calro actually had created a switching solution to allow you to switch your crop and then help you get access to the finance and the markets for that new crop. We're also recognizing that there needs to be a big move towards a lot more localized value chains. So looking at things that we used to eat way back then that have since been pushed aside by more commercial food, the maize and all these other commercial foods, bringing those back, introducing those back. And how do you introduce those back into the market? It needs a lot of behavioral change. And then it needs actually solutions and platforms that can support that. So that's the first part of your question. The second part of your question around gender. Gender is a big thing to us. Right now with our program, we have a target of getting to at least about 40% of the people that we register on digital solutions have to be women. And digital alone sometimes actually can create barriers for certain segments of the population. Especially women in rural areas have less access to some of these digital devices. They have less agency. So as you're developing solutions for them, you have to take that into consideration. One of the things that we have found, and many of our partners have recognized, is that when you develop a digital or technological solution with the woman in mind, you develop it for everyone, because you have now increased your segment and your market, because both the men will access it and the women will access the solution. And some of those issues that women face are, number one, they have a little bit of time poverty. Many of the rural women have to take care of the children, have to take care of the household, and then go into the farm. So if you're developing a solution that requires them to travel a long distance, then they are less likely to adopt that solution because you've created a barrier. So thinking through issues like that really help the adoption of these solutions and really grow and reduce the digital divide, making sure that everyone can benefit from technology.
And I know we're talking about food security, a quick one, and it's good to appreciate feedback, and I'm glad that we have feedback coming in. And on a light note, because these are people you're talking to, so I'm reading this feedback from Alan Peter. It's quite interesting, rather hilarious, because I think we had that season when someone made a joke that there'll come a time where we will be forced to eat certain things, and we hope we do not reach there. But Alan Peter just goes on our social media and he says, right this moment, say no to GMO. Why do you think he wrote that? Right now, because I'm talking about conservative people, you spoke about mindset, and you're trying to do this thing. There's digital, there is technology, but someone like Alan Peter, and thank you so much, Alan, for tuning in, just comes and says, no, say no to GMO. It must have triggered something, and for a reason. What do you think he's driving at? It's important to know where they're thinking.
Clearly, he has food.
When he has food security and technology.
Yeah, GMO.
I think when it's food security, a big issue is producing as much as possible from scarce resources. And the promise of GMO is that yields are tenfold, and that has been researched. It has its own challenges in terms of the seeds, seed multiplication, etc., and other complications. So I won't go into that.
Okay.
But I was speaking more about more localized foods.
Yes,
you're moving away to sorghum, barley, etc. So your ugali is not maize; it's made from traditional millet, etc. So moving more to traditional food, and that's been happening quite a bit. You can have the traditional vegetables, etc. And how do you create an economy around that, and how do you structure that economy so that then it becomes a huge business?
This is interesting because, again, if you're just coming off of a conversation that we had in the last hour where we're talking about options that you have when you're looking into low availability of food, or whether there's scarcity of food because of weather, because of climate change, weather patterns. And now here we talk about alternate foods because Kenya is maize heavy in terms of consumption. The idea of saying, well, you can have ugali from millet, you can have ugali from sorghum, you can have ugali from cassava, you can have ugali from other products that would be easier to farm, especially when you have a climate issue. But it's more than just putting a seed in the ground, Sieka. It is more about having a conversation towards the change of mindset where people say, man, if the ugali is not made out of maize, then it's not ugali. This is it's a cultural, it's a societal, it's a community conversation. So how do we see the marrying of such things coming in place where we're essentially saying save populations by being able to feed them? It's the nitty gritty. That's what we're talking about. It's not some pie in the sky idea. It is literally for you to survive when the weather patterns change, because they will. They are. Yeah. We can see that. Yeah. How then do you say take this cultural conversation where people are saying if the ugali is not maize, it's not ugali? Because that's really the crux of the matter here, that you should be able to switch it up for when the ground will not give you what you need for maize. Can you still get your sustenance and nutrition from something else?
Yeah. I'll go to a past life in a similar context where we were actually rolling out what is known as mobile money now, digital financial services. And I remember once when I was talking to someone in a rural place saying that, look here, I've transferred money to your phone. The guy actually removed the battery and said, where is this money? Where is this money? How does it work? There is a process for behavioral change. I don't disagree to that, and it does take time, but it's possible. And right now, with where we've gotten with mobile financial services, everyone using M-Pesa, you're actually doing transactions digitally, and it's created a second economy. There's the digital financial economy, and then there's the analog or the physical cash. And it's actually disrupting that economy. I think one of the lessons there is that the switch and change needs to come from a problem or a need or a severe inefficiency in the current way of doing things. Yeah. So if you find out that, look here, you've been planting maize consistently, and you're still underemployed, or you're making continuous losses in your whole household, why don't I show you an alternative? Or why don't I work with you to go through an alternative? And as I said, most adoption of things will start with early adopters. Let's get the people who are into changing things a lot faster. People will see them as an example, and those changes happen. So it is possible. There is behavioral change. There is time that needs to happen for these things to work. But what we've seen with technology is that you can actually accelerate that a lot more.
There's also the matter of connecting those who produce and those who wish to buy. And then there's also the issue that you brought up when you mentioned that the lady who, in working to try and improve the lot of dairy farmers discovered that among the problems they had was not just record keeping but money. Now how does Mercycorps fit into all this? The money problem, the information that would help somebody understand the direction to follow if you are looking for a solution. Then the linking of this individual who produces and a possible buyer.
Thanks for that question. Very good question. I'll start where you started, with linking the buyers and the sellers. And I think that information asymmetry has been a challenge in the agricultural sector, in many sectors, for a long time. The benefit of working with innovators, entrepreneurs, is that you don't necessarily have to have a 0 to 1 or a brand new idea. There are ideas in other sectors that you can borrow from that you can then transfer to this sector. So, for example, for the longest time, the only way you could get a taxi is you have someone who was by the roadside. You have your guy.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Then Uber comes along and all these other companies and say, hey, look here, I'll do the work of looking for people for you, and I'll also get you the taxi, etc. And I'll bring the price down because we're looking at economies of scale. Yeah. So we look at who in the ag sector is doing the same thing, who's Uberizing the ag sector, for lack of a better word, who's creating a platform that connects buyers and sellers. Yeah. And those platforms, actually, the powerful thing about them is that because once you digitize those platforms or you digitize those interactions, you then create digital trails of transactions that then allow financial institutions to be able to appraise risk. Because now the financial institution says, I know who you are, I know what you do, how much you're spending on a day-to-day basis, or how much you're selling, etc.
Yeah.
I am able to offer you X because I can now appraise the risk that you have. So this whole idea of digitizing the agricultural sector not only improves efficiencies around reducing information asymmetry, but also then creates transactional footprints that are valuable for financial institutions to make the decisions they need to sell their products.
That's interesting, because imagine, almost immediately my mind even goes to things that also then are attached to food insecurity, whereby we're looking at, the character of food. That, where is this food grown? Can you have a track and trace system? That food that left wherever in northern Nairobi is finding itself on a plate in where, and you can say, this food, I can be sure that it came from here to here. So the track and trace then makes it very clear. But then also when I think about technology, I think, okay, does that mean that you're going to have to have a device in the hands of everybody who is working in this ecosystem? Me, who is planting my cabbage on my little 1/4 acre in Nyandarua, right? And I want to sell it. And I don't have to put it in a pickup on the side of the road and hope to God in heaven that somebody buys it. But then I can be connected to somebody who needs cabbage. Every 30 days is going to need 300 head of cabbage. You see what I mean? Yeah. But then it also means that I have to be hooked up to the technology to then be able to do that. So then it seems that then also needs to be a space created whereby there's at the very least some kind of education. There's got to be some kind of awareness building whereby, you're a farmer. This is an ecosystem into which you must be plugged in because that's the way the world is going. Can it be done in a world which is still, to an extent, still digitally illiterate? Is it possible?
But it's growing.
It's growing. Of course, but still.
It is growing. And I'll be a bit controversial. I think we will start off with, of course, working with the phones in the hands of the farmer. But what I do see is a future where the farmers do not need to be farmers. You will get the technology and the solutions to do the farming for you, just like how Uber created a new market around taxis. You'll get technology, or you'll get players and actors who are leveraging technology to do a lot of that farming work. And many of the people who are trapped in farming would probably move into other sectors in those rural economies. They will either be the ones working on this technology solutions, there'll be service providers, etc. So I do see that there will be a lot of changes that are happening, but definitely right now we do have to work with what we have, which is that mobile phone in the farmer's hand.
All right, I want to bring up something about, strengthening these communities, because there's one thing to empower and then there's another to actually strengthen them. And you work with not just Kenya, but Africa. And I'm curious on how you actually strengthen these particular communities in as far as the evolving challenges, because we are, it's now common knowledge. There's a lot of evolving things, and that includes challenges, not just technology or how we do things.
Yeah.
So how are you going about that? Strengthening.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it as the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child.
Right. Yes.
So we work with a lot of our partners who would focus on other elements that we are unable to tackle because we are digital focused. Yeah, so we look at partners who would focus a lot more on community building. There are a lot of programs, graduation programs that do education to farmers on a more physical level. People who actually roll out what are called perma gardens or practice farms that actually help farmers understand the ways to use new technologies, the way to farm better, etc., etc. So we work in conjunction with a lot of other players, and one of the most important players of definitely the government, because they need to set up infrastructure that none of us can do, really, whether it's road networks, whether it's telecommunication infrastructure, etc. There's a phrase that we're using a lot more nowadays, which is digital public infrastructure and digital public goods, because we truly believe that some of the services that need to be provided to these farmers and to this sector are not easy to translate into commercial good. And so they need to be provided as a public good. Yeah, and this could be information services around better farming. Probably a lot of companies have tried to sell this kind of products, and it's not easy to actually get returns from them. So there are some services that need to be a public good that really help to push the sector forward. And that's how we call it an ecosystem building approach, is really coming around, bringing all the different actors together and having conversations around how do we then use our different competencies, our different approaches to really make a difference for the communities that we all intend to serve. At the end of the day, it's the same target person that we're looking at.
If I would say youth is a community on its own, like Gen Z came out, someone would say, I hope they can grab an opportunity somewhere around tech and all this food security journey. And that is just for the youth, listening this morning. It could be a whole huge opportunity as things evolve to also grab a position there and do something with yourself in as far as sustainable food security is concerned.
Indeed. So where do you see us going? Because obviously a lot of this is work in progress, is it not? There are milestones that have been reached. We can't run away from that. I mean, who knew that in 2024 we'd be at a place whereby somebody who's working in her kitchen garden, again in the western part of the country, is then being able to be sure that I have a market for my produce, and all I have to do is make the connect. I mean, it's mind-blowing when you think about the possibility. But where does this put us? And how does it then directly affect food insecurity, or in this case, food security, to be sure the technology is there, but how can we see it and we say, oh yes, this is how actually you've been able to make the connect between what is available and what is needed, and then what can be grown to continue to feed the need?
You've answered this brilliantly. There you go. I think the nugget in what you're saying is visibility. A lot of agriculture, especially smallholder agriculture, was happening in, I don't want to say dark ages, but in the darkness. You couldn't tell. Just recently, the Kenyan government did an exercise to register over 6 million farmers. Why is it important to register? Because you need to know where they are. What are they farming? What are they doing? That's the only way you begin to then give them services that they require to improve what they're doing. So in what you're saying in your question, that visibility, and that's what technology does, is that it actually allows us to then see what is happening in the market, and then we can then make strategic decisions on, okay, let's take this direction, because to make the change that we need to make to ensure that food security is there, as well as prosperity for our smallholder farmers. It's not just about a question of food security, it's also about a question of employment. Yeah, how do we ensure that the incomes that farmers are getting on their farm are able to sustain their livelihoods?
Let's take advantage of the fact that you're here today. I'm very, very excited about this next question, because real life experience. I mean, some success stories. I don't know, sometimes I like when we go, firsthand to this group of people. Do you have any success stories you can share with us this morning?
Many of them
You
on our
wanna be
website.
specific,
Many of them are on our
three.
website. Many of them on our
Okay.
website. But I'll tell you one. There was a technology company that pivoted its solution quite a bit. And what they were doing, they were digitizing marketplaces like Markiti to improve the way transactions and trade happened. And one of the things they found is that due to climate change and adverse weather effects, a number of markets that they had digitized had faced quite a bit of calamities due to flooding.
Right.
And you see a lot of these traders had lost their produce in the farm, etc., because they did not, in the marketplace, because they did not have prior information on whether there'll be flooding, they did not know they did not have insurance, etc. By them digitizing the marketplace and being able, as I mentioned, to get that digital footprint of transactions, they were able to bundle their service with insurance services for floods.
Okay.
So that those traders, when they have an occasioned event, would be able to be covered. Some of the losses would be covered, and that's already improved their lives, their confidence about trading and working in the market, and of course the adoption of that technology because they want to do it. And then going beyond that, they also provided weather information so that farmers, so that those traders can know, okay, wait a minute, if my source of produce is largely from this area location, there will be roads that are flooded, etc. It's going to be much harder. I need to look for alternative places to get the produce into the market, etc. That's one example, and that's actually a company that's growing right now. They just raised over $500 million $500,000 to continue to expand their services in Nigeria and in Kenya. So, we've seen a lot of cases like those, throughout the years.
Okay. So in a last question, in about a minute, how then would Mercy Corps work with government? We can't run away from government contribution towards this, especially in Kenya, where we keep hearing agriculture, backbone of the economy.
So a lot of government officials, especially agricultural sector players, do participate in a lot of our convenings where we bring the whole stakeholders in the sector together to really discuss what are our findings, what are the findings of our different partners, and then how can some of the interventions that government is doing really be focused and rigorous around the insights that are coming up from those discussions. So we do work with them from a workshop convening perspective. We do have conversations with certain government bodies like CalRO, etc. We have worked with them to design some of the technology solutions that they are working with right now. We have a platform that is actually aggregating digital content from scientific bodies like the CGR, CalRO, etc., and then modifying that content so that it can be easily dispersed and understood by farmers through what we call farmer-facing organizations. And the organizations that we work with are predominantly government institutions, so the CalROs and the research institutions across different countries. So there is that. We do intend to actually do a lot more work with government. We don't do work particularly on policy, but we do educate some of the ideas and things that need to be thought about so that the policy then can actually support a much more growing ecosystem.
Fantastic to have had this conversation with you this morning. Keep doing the work that you're doing, and of course want to see into insights and how this can continue into the future. Sieka Gatabaki is a program director at Mercy Corps, and we've been looking at food insecurity and how we can leverage technology to ensure that food security is a thing of the past. Thank you so much for being a part of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Until the next one, it's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the news wire. I'm La Obaga. Detectives have reportedly arrested a woman for questioning in connection with the escape of a serial murder suspect and 12 others from the Gigiri police station, Nairobi. The woman is believed to have played a role in the escape of Collins Jumaisi and 12 Eritreans from the police cells. Officials said the woman was picked up from Ruaka area, Kiambu, for questioning, adding that she has been linked to human smuggling claims in the past. This even comes as Acting Inspector General of Police Gilbert Masengeli said that some police officers may have cooperated with the suspects to achieve their escape.
A preliminary investigation indicated that the escape was aided by insiders, considering that officers were deployed accordingly to guard the station. The matter is currently under investigation by Internal Affairs Unit, and any person found culpable will face full force of law. Consequently, I have interdicted 8 officers who were on duty last night, among them the Kikiri Sub-County Police Commander, OCS, Kikiri Police Station, Duty Officer, Duty NCO, Station Cards and Report Office personnel. We further appeal to the members of public with any information that may lead to the rearrest of the suspect, especially the murder suspect, Collins Chumaisi Kalusha, to report to the nearest police station.
The Teacher Service Commission is today expected to hold a meeting with the Kenya National Union of Teachers, KUPPET, as well as the Ministry of Labour over a looming strike set for next week, Monday. NAT and KUPPET are pushing for the implementation of their 2021-2025 CBA, as well as the employment of enough JSS teachers on a permanent contract. This even comes as Labour CS Alfred Mutua has urged teachers to consider talks before going for the strike.
So we are requesting that even if we know it is a right for people to go on strike, that there be a bit of patience in terms of discussions. My office is ready to ensure that everybody is listened to. I will bring together all the warring parties. I'll bring together all the groups that have different views. So that we need to have teams that will sit down and say, let us reason together. Let us see, because this is our country, how we can be able to move it along so that everybody can get their rights. Because the employees, the unions need their rights, and the employers also need their rights within an agreed framework.
And in matters politics, ODM party leaders from Kakamega County have denied claims by the former Shinyalu MP Justice Kizito that he is the legitimate county chairman, claiming that they recognize their leader, who's Governor Fernandes Baraza. Led by Rashid Habib, the leaders say Kizito does not deserve to be associated with the party because he defected and joined the DAPK party when he was seeking the Shinyalu parliamentary seat in the 2022 election, where he lost.
Honorable Kizito's history is well known in the political circle. It is vital to note that 2009, he was a member of the ODM party. In 2013, he joined UDF. When he lost the election in 2014, he joined Jubilee for his personal interest. When he missed the ticket for running for governor and also the ticket to run as a member of parliament in Shinyalu, he decamped from ODM to DAP Kenya. Chairman wetu ni Fernandes Baraza na ako in touch na members wote wa chama. Kwa hivyo yeye cha kufanya arudi kwanza reapply kuwa member ODM, ndazungumzia mambo ya ODM.
Earlier, Kizito asked Governor Baraza, who holds the position of party chairman, to come forward and make it clear when he was elected to lead ODM in Kakamega County.
Sema kuna ile inaitwa loyalty test. Lazima uwe ni mtu mwaminifu kwa chama. Chama kikisema ni left, inakuwa left. Chama ODM ikisema right, inakuwa right. Sio wakisema right wewe unaenda left. Wakisema left unaenda right, alafu unafikiria wewe unaweza kupewa chochote katika ODM, utakuwa unaota.
That's the news wire. I'm La Ubaga.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. Yeah. It is very, very skewed.
We just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe.
I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room.
All right,
Kenya's
where are we in
biggest
traffic this morning? The
conversation.
Thika Superhighway has performed brilliantly this morning, but we're going to keep an eye on things as you get out into the CBD. Just a smidgen of traffic left as you approach the Pangani Tunnel. And coming off of Kiambu Road, I think we're done with most of it, at least for now. On Gong Road, there's a little bit of it as you're getting into the city, as well as on Waiyaki Way, going towards Museum. Then everybody decides to have a party right there, and then it equals what? Equals traffic. Also, looking at Langata Road, not too much happening there, but then Raila Odinga is going to take off some of that. Raila Odinga Way, sorry, not the man, the way towards the city mortuary roundabout. Apart from that, the Eastern Bypass not doing too badly. A little bit of traffic just at that outer ring junction coming in from Embakasi. And I think we're fine after that. But we're keeping an eye on things. Coming to the end of traffic hour in no time. And I think Wednesday has done us well. Abby? Right. We'll talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair.
It's still Wednesday. I think we're doing really well, and we're on our way to Christmas, and I think these are great things. Eric Latiff is on leave, our guest host for today, and I hope for many more days to come, if we can get her to wake up at 3 a.m, is Anki Doris.
I'm an early bird.
You see, there we go, and you're already flying. So we can keep doing it for a couple of weeks, and see, by the end of it, you might actually say, you know what, let's just do this all the time.
I expressed how excited I was. This is a lovely studio. I love you guys. I love the proverbs, and I picked something though, just in passing, because we're getting into the state of Kenyan politics and all that, and this is just like a thought-passing article. They're sampled and they're put out there in magazines. And someone said, almost every day on the streets of Nairobi, one can't fail to notice, of course, a semi-naked or fully naked mentally ill man or woman. Those are remarks by Brian Maitai. Now, interestingly, many of the city residents find this normal, according to Brian, or even an integral part of urban life.
To walk around the city naked?
Like they say, in every, what they say, in every market, you'll always find a mad person.
It's true.
So they pretty much find that normal. Now, one can therefore, according to this article, conclude that most Nairobians, and I'm very specific to this article I'm reading, are themselves either emotionally or mentally deranged. I read this, and me living in Nairobi, I thought we normalize quite a number of these things. Yeah, we laugh about it. We say, oh, of course you can't lack one of these 2-3 people. Disheartening. People try to create humor around it, but is it really humor?
Well, it's true, because how are you going to diagnose? There's that word, a madman. If you've not seen a similar trait that you may have experienced, one has to think about that. How do you say, okay, this is something? Do you then, do you recognize something?
My question is, you recognize, fine, put it out, trend, okay, but are we more helpful?
Good question.
Are we ever helpful?
Very good question.
Do we intend to be helpful?
Our intentions pure?
Are our intentions pure? That's a big word when it comes to politics as well, does it not? Intentions. What are the intentions? If your intentions are pure, at whatever level, political, educational, community, family, relationships, if your intentions are pure, the likelihood of a positive result then is higher. That segues into our conversation for this hour. From impeachment to protests to everything. Which way, Kenya? And what are we doing today? Our guest for the hour is seated. He's a man you all know. And because, of course, made his stamp in Kenya's politics, but as well as in the National Assembly. Samuel Pogishio is the former ICT minister and former Senate Majority Leader, and he's our guest this hour as we look into how political trust can be restored. Good morning.
Good morning. It's good to be here.
Karibu sana, great to have you here. Yeah. We're getting into a number of conversations, but we're going to remind you a couple of things, even as we talk about a healthy political state. There's a need to have a healthy mind and body, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Chichi.
Well, there is. Even if you don't think so, it is important. We are alive and we like to stay alive, but staying alive can be painful. And usually it's because you're unwell. But you don't get unwell in a day. Something happens to your body is visited by alien organisms that then create problems that require you to get medical care. Now, you don't actually need to get there. You can actually figure out what is wrong long before you actually need to be hospitalized, as we say. Yes, long before those WhatsApp messages start flying out that so-and-so is in need of this and the other. There's an organ that has gone left and we need to replace it. That sort of thing.
Yeah.
The Akan University Hospital is saying, please present yourself to any of our outlets. All we require you to have is 9,950 shillings and you will be able to receive a thorough checkup. And that checkup will inform you about the state of your health. And that state of your health and the information therein is what will now enable you to take the steps that will guarantee you continue being healthy and you continue living a healthy life.
Amazing. One time a year, do it. 9,950 at Aga Khan, and you can make sure that everything is hunky-dory as you continue. All right. It's education season. Rather, it's a season where a lot of universities are taking their intake for this particular semester. And you're thinking, okay, so maybe I want to fiddle with the idea of doing education abroad at the university level. Okay. Well, the Cradle Study Abroad World Fair takes place on the 31st of August, 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Where must you go? The Gallant Mall in Parklands in Nairobi. And many things will be happening on that day. There'll be universities from across the spectrum, from different countries, and you can go there. They are showcasing, and you will also then be able to apply right there on the spot. Somebody's going to walk you through. You can also apply for scholarships. Again, there'll be somebody to walk you through. Visa consultations taking place with visa officers on ground to sort you out, as well as your accommodation information that you would need. It's a study abroad fair. It's the World Fair. www.cradle.com. Get on there, register, because we need you to register before you go for the fair, okay? Because it's invite only, but the way you get your invitation is by registering. So please do that ahead of time, or you can pick up the phone and dial 0799 000 444. There'll be somebody on the other end of the line to help you out. Ça va? Bien. All right. We're getting into a political conversation this hour. Wenshimua, thank you for being here this morning, but we want to welcome you properly. You know how you go places, they welcome you with a cup of tea.
Yes.
Our cup of tea is to be found in a proverb.
Right.
This young man goes around to countries around the continent. He's visa free, he can go. And he comes back every week from a particular country. This week we are in Chad. And he'll tell you the day's proverb, and then you can tell us what it means to you. Is that okay?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Okay. Arrogance burnt the chief's compound. That is the proverb.
Very relevant, actually, in Kenya today. There's a lot of arrogance in the play in our leadership here, and it just means, you know, you could be a little bit humble and save a situation, and that if you remain arrogant, you could actually destroy yourself and destroy others as well. And in this case, we've had to remove a cabinet. We have had to remove even a governor based on suspicions or claims of arrogance. I mean, arrogance is in Africa actually is the display of opulence and undermining other people. So you find that if you're in a village, You cannot look like you're trying to outlive everybody else. So yeah, so that burns the storehouse.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay, yeah, it would actually burn it down.
Yeah.
So we are in an interesting place in Kenya today, where there are very different elements at play at the same time. Like, there was a little over a month of protests, and there's still this bubbling under surface that it's likely that period has not ended completely. And then we see a lot of political affiliations happening. And then we see, like you said, yes, governors impeached and people saying, it can actually happen. We also want to jump on this bandwagon. What's politically, what would be your overview of what's happening in the country today?
Well, first of all, let me be very clear. I'm very thankful to be here. This is something I follow. I follow you guys every day.
That's great.
And I know the things that go on. I'm very privileged to be invited. We are in a very...
Actually, we are the ones who are privileged to have you. Yes.
We're honored.
Yes, we
Well, we are in a very precarious situation, a very unprecedented situation in this country today, politically. We got to the edge, to the brink, a few weeks ago. Remember when people were running under the basement or embankment to escape the Gen Zs. That was really, I think, the lowest point in terms of thinking we are gone as politicians. And there's nothing as big as protecting politicians. What would you do without your parliament and parliamentarians? I'm sure some of you will say, celebrate, let's do it. But they...
CT, not some CT to your right. Have a thing or three.
I see now it's become almost an official word to call parliamentarians MPigs.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And if you say MPigs, people tend to know. They know exactly what you're referring to. And yet, today, the things you're discussing about bursaries, about anything, nothing moves without these people. And that's why I think we're in a very unprecedented situation today when they seem to be shaken. They seem to be moved. The confidence around politicians is gone. I saw the other day somebody trying to use his influence on the traffic, and the young man just stayed in his car and refused. I mean, these are the things which were unprecedented.
Yeah.
We didn't expect that to happen. So it's a reality check for Kenyans and for politicians. It's a reality check from the president all the way down. It's not business as usual. And this place, it can be occupied. And the feeling that it can be occupied makes everybody shake in their boots. And so so yesterday then became one other thing which is an eye-opener. It can be done, and governors beware. And so the message is going out there saying things is called accountability. That's a very strange word for us, in politics. Accountability to who? Accountable to who? And that's now realistic, that it's possible for the taxpayer.
Yeah.
The guy who sustains you there. And that's, by the way, the reverse of everything. We don't realize that we are being sustained there in our opulence by a poor taxpayer, another taxpayer, somebody who is just paying his taxes. So, yeah, I understand now is that a reality check. And I think some people are getting it. And I think some people just don't get it.
I want to speak on this restoration of, trust and public trust. There is that public vis-a-vis the politicians. But what we saw yesterday during the impeachment of course, Governor Mwangaza was some sort of, remarks being thrown in the Senate from politicians themselves to a sitting Speaker of the Senate. I mean, if I just quote the words of the Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna calling Speaker Amason Kingi an embarrassment. Right in the what the public is watching. I don't know what you'd say as far as instigating this kind of lack of trust from the public is concerned, right from the politicians themselves and in very key houses of legislation and oversight like Senate and Parliament.
Well, thank you. I speak these days a lot about something I call the trust deficit. It is the missing link in leadership today. There is trust defined as a confident belief in someone is lacking. and to believe that one of the biggest things you can do today is you can be as rich and as enlightened, and one word called trust can bring down a whole organization, can bring down a whole company, a whole government. And when you reach a place of trust deficit to where whatever you do, even if you say it 6 times, people just take it with a pinch of salt, you have lost trust.
Mhm.
And what we do, and I belong to something called the a Trust Leadership Institute, because since I've been away from Parliament, that's what I've gone into studying leadership, but particularly on trusted leadership, is to understand that once you lose that confidence and belief, and I see a lot of politicians today who speak, and you can speak, shout, seek for some support, and nobody is supporting you.
Mhm.
And people are beginning to question you even when you're still there on the rooftops of your cars. And the questioning is, can I trust that guy? A research was done in the US and found out that 50% of workers say they cannot trust their boss to hold $1,000 for them. Just keep it for them. This is what has come to leadership now. The question in leadership is, can I trust you? And as I was watching the impeachment yesterday, the question of trust was thrust upon the governor. And especially there was a persistent thing about a letter which was not authenticated and purportedly written by somebody who didn't write it. And so the question came, was this forged? And if it seemed very likely that it was a forged letter. That is a very big issue on trust. And of course you have seen that even our president today has to go personally every week out on his car to explain the things personally. And that indicates that the message is not getting clear until I say it myself, And yet, as I said, a lot of people have pledged loyalty. They have taken oath as ministers that they're going to be the advisors and they'll be in the president's corner. But it takes the president himself to go out there and actually try and explain himself all the policies. So where is the trust? How much is the trust in Kenya? What is the trust deficit?
Does it matter?
How do you restore that trust?
Does it matter to I'm talking from a public politician's point of view. You've been one.
I am one.
Still one.
Are you?
Yes. Okay. I'm talking about now sitting in that position. For example, for what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Does it matter to politicians that Kenyans trust them?
It doesn't matter because most of the time Kenyans elect the person they don't trust.
Interesting.
And it's because we have so impoverished these Kenyans that as long as you are slightly elevated financially, the trust issue is out of the window.
So whether these people who elect you don't trust you, doesn't matter.
They don't trust you. And if you want to know, as soon as they elect you, they regret the act of electing you.
As soon as
they elect you. And so most of the people that you see today are in parliament. And three months after they've been elected, they probably would have been rejected already. Because you promise so many things, and immediately you get into that place, you disappear. You don't get. Your people that you promised things with, the people who supported you, lose trust in you immediately. So trust is at the center of our politics, but we ignore trust. And the people are saying, "Can I trust you?" But for now, if you can give me 100 shillings, 200 shillings, I will change my mind and trust you for the election. But in real life, I know you. And I know something called character. It's the most important thing until, to the place where even Kenyans have a law. On chapter 6, they have a law that guides. They have tried to say you must be a man, woman of character. But the voters end up picking the people probably not with the best character, because what we have done in this country, and I think we might begin to think, is how do we train our people to say, can I trust you with my leadership, with my vote?
Exactly, because how do we train the people? And this is the electorate, and it is quite interesting to hear you say, Mheshimiwa, that on one side is the people who are like people they don't trust. In fact, you're saying as soon as we vote them in, we regret it. Is this on the other side the same people who are calling out for accountability? I mean, these same people are going to be voting in 2027, but this is a cycle. In fact, we have one of the most expensive elections in this country. We have an aftermath that we also have to heal from. It's a cycle we want to continue with, and not forgetting the voter apathy that we have been witnessing, people going down by the day, probably not coming out to vote. Looks like we are either losing the country, or is there even hope in restoring the hygiene and not continuing to calcate a political culture of lie to me so I can vote you in and regret later. What do you think would be the way forward for the electorate listening this, of course, at this moment?
You see, one of the reasons why not very many people can run for president in this country.
All right.
So you could have the best person, but is unable to run for president because we made it so expensive that if you don't have money, people just pass you by. The same thing with the governor position. Very few people can actually afford to run for governor in this country. And if you look at the budget they talk about, it's just so prohibitive that very few people. And so only those people in that category of moneyed people, the category of the rich, if you can't afford something 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. Some people have spent almost 600, 700 million running for governor in this country. And you wonder what is their interest in monetizing a position. And you wonder why people then complain later that governors have become, corrupt. But if going to that place has cost him that kind of money, how do you expect the person not to try and recoup that money? And how do you recoup that money from salary? You can't recoup it from salary. And so the issues that we are mixing here is that we have a leadership that takes advantage of people who don't understand those kind of monies, who don't understand what they're going to suffer after this person has been elected, until they're in there. And then we have come to a place as politicians where we paint everything that we touch as benevolence from us. Even when the money belongs to you.
So what needs to change? Because essentially what we're doing here is almost as though we're going around and saying that, okay, people who get into elective office have to spend a lot of money in order to get there. Whatever they're doing with the money to get there,
how they get it?
How they get the money, whatever they're spending it on, we don't know. But we know that in order for you to get from this point to this point where you've been elected, you're going to need, for Senator, 35 million shillings. Governor, almost 50 million from the numbers that we saw, right? And so it's almost, I shudder to say it, but it's almost justifiable then that when you get into that position, you're going to want to recoup your investments. But we are also saying that you want to, how do you expect them to get the money back? But what has caused this situation whereby we are saying you must spend this amount of money to get into this position? We're almost justifying that whatever means they will use to recoup their money, then it's okay because the system dictates that you must spend that kind of money. And for me, it just sounds so obscurely warped that we have accepted a system that demands you pay that amount of money to get into a position where you are to serve the people.
But consider, you see, you are doing the thing that an honest person does. You're being altruistic. And you're saying politicians go into politics to serve.
It should be, maybe even realist. Maybe even realist.
Yes,
okay.
but and there are those who do, actually. I have met politicians who genuinely seek to serve and they try their utmost.
Do they spend that 35 million shillings?
I wouldn't know how much they spend. What I do know is that they represent a breed of individuals in this country who are soon to be extinct. Okay. That's what I know. But if you take the view that the people who go into politics now are business people, not politicians, They call themselves politicians because that particular work they're going into is called politics. So they'll brand themselves as such. So the 50 million is an investment. And so they do not mind how much they invest. It's not really a problem because they know exactly how they're going to get a return. If I'm looking at it clinically and I'm saying that seems to be what has become of our politics. It is a business. Somebody spends, call it an investment, and they know full well, not expect, they know and they figured out how it is they're going to. Partly because that money is not necessarily all theirs. No. There are people who support them. There are people who invest in their candidature. And when they invest in their candidature, the individuals will also expect a return.
Is that the way it should be, Mheshimiwa?
I think he's right in the sense that there's a lot of business input into the politics of today. I can just, in retrospect, I think we should have been thinking about those questions as voters. But we never have time to think. We are bombarded with images, messages, and so on. The question we should be asking ourselves as voters is, and we never ask, is where did this money come from? You know, where did this money come from? And secondly, the people who support by contributing money will expect favors immediately. You become. You get elected. And so you struggle with the balancing act of, do I now serve the people? Do I begin to pay my debts? Do I begin to, and so the process of corruption starts there. The thing that baffles me is that we have seen people in 5 years, become billionaires in 5 years. And nobody's questioning how, what business is this so we can all go and invest in? Because if you have a good business, you can at least invite us to say, here is an opportunity to invest. How does that happen? And we, before all our eyes, all the eyes, the intelligence eyes, the investigative eyes, the anti-corruption eyes, we've seen these people, we know them. And we don't worry about it. That's the nature of the African, or is it Kenyan? We don't worry about it. We celebrate the person who becomes a billionaire.
And we should worry about it. We should worry about it. Yes. I mean, it's almost incensing that we don't. But let's take a break on that point, shall we? Let's take a break at 27 minutes to 10 o'clock. And Mheshimiwa Sam Pogisho is our guest this hour. And we're looking at, from the different things that are happening in the country, how do you restore trust in politicians and the process? It continues after this.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
My head is aching, shoulders paining, and it's like I'm adding weight very fast. Now, by the way, see, I thought you are... No, I know what you are thinking. Now, when you haven't heard about Aga Khan Hospital, they have a wellness program.
Aga Khan University Hospital has made medical checkups more available through their subsidized wellness package at 9,950 for a comprehensive medical checkup. Don't wait for a health scare. Do your health check at the Aga Khan University Hospital clinics in your neighborhood today. Get your vitals checked today. Call 0111 011 888 for more information.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself.
24 minutes left in this conversation this hour. We are talking with Mheshimiwa Sam Pogishio and just looking at restoration of trust. And if we're going to talk about restoration, as I think about restoration, it just means getting back.
Yep.
Right? So then one were to assume that at some point it was there. You can't restore something that didn't exist. So there was trust of the Kenyan people in their political agents. There was. So then one must cast an eye back to that time where this trust existed. So what were the characteristics of that time where trust existed in politicians? What happened? What was it that you can now say, let's bring it back?
By the way, if you look at the history of our national politics, for example, we started by the Legico. The Legico was as a representation where you know somebody was picked from a region, Daniel Arap Moi from whole of Rift Valley and so on. These guys were not paid much salary, okay? And because that was a service, you were elected, trusted by your people to go and bring information back to us. It was a service. Later, and by the time I got into Parliament myself in 1988, an MP used to earn 10,000 shillings. That was it. And you didn't get a car loan or anything. What you got was, I mean, you got a loan, but it was a bank loan guaranteed by government to buy a car. And I remember that we would come here into the city 3 days in the week, and you have to run back to your constituency.
Right.
You couldn't afford to be in this city as a member of parliament. Then what we did was we started fighting for higher salaries, until now we are, I think, some of the most highly paid things. And the more you became affluent, the more people decided we must have a share of that, and therefore we started now dishing out things for favors, and corruption crept into our politics at that particular time. And so you wanted more money so that you can get to sustain yourself. Know that the turnover of members of parliament is about 70%. So people come in one time and they go. To sustain that, now you needed more and more and more and more. And that thirst has never been quenched. And so wananchi now know that you have money, and you have money, so let's share with this money. I shared the other day about the politicians who go to church or funerals, and they're in a hurry to leave. And this weekend, the pastor said to them, you come late. You come late, and then before the funeral is over, you're announcing you want to exit. And when you exit, people follow you. So you actually, why did you come in the first place? It's the same thing with churches. People now follow politicians for money. And so churches have to beg politicians, please don't leave in the middle of the service.
Or please don't come.
Would they say please not come?
No, because about Sadaka time is almost there. So you can't say, no, please don't come. So trust, and I just want to say this, there are there are about 8 pillars of trust that people need to know to restore trust. But one of those things which is missing is called clarity. Clarity is how you communicate your objectives, how you communicate your message. And the president of Kenya has said is that a lot of the problem he has was the poor communication of his policies. That clarity is very, very important. And I gave an example of the young man who said to his daughter, "Peleka hii simu weka kwa moto." And the daughter went straight to the kitchen and put it in the fire. Because the meaning of moto, what is that? You know, for him, he interpreted that to go and charge it.
Yeah.
The girl said, this is something for the fire. So communicate clearly. Now, the second one is actually compassion. How do you treat your people? Can you please restore compassion in leadership? Because one of the things that we've done as politicians, we moved so far away from compassion that we just don't care what happens to our people. And that's why begging, following you everywhere, because you have not known how to meet their needs as a compassionate person. Here, You know, and that's a subject for another. Let me not go into the details of it. But the third one is what we talk about, character. Are you consistently who you are? Who are you? And we know each other, by the way, so well. That's why if the moment somebody gets elected in this country, it's, oh no, how did we elect this one? Because we know the character of everybody. We know who is the thief. We know who is this and that and that. We still elect them, but we know. So character is very important. Are you consistent in your character? The other one is competency. Are you really fit for the job? Do you know there are many people who get elected into this country's political system who don't know why they got there? You know, you are there, and then you start asking, but why am I here?
Why am I here?
What am I supposed to do? That includes presidents, by the way. That includes presidents. There are some people who become even president without understanding why they become president. They have just gone through a particular system. There are members of parliament here who the party just says it must be you. And you end up here and you don't exactly know what to do.
Or didn't want it even.
Or even when you probably didn't want it. And so competency is understanding, are you fit for the job? Are you trained for the job? Can you be trained even for that job? Commitment is the other one. Those are 8 C's for me. Commitment, and then of course there's connection and there's contribution, but finally there's something called consistency. Consistency is if you do the same thing the same way, we can know that we can trust you. Can you restore that? People love to see the little things done consistently. If I were to speak on each of these, will take a whole day. We don't have much time. Right. But there's an effort to try and restore trust. And that effort is, first of all, you must accept there is a trust deficit here. That is vulnerability. Leaders here don't want to be vulnerable. You have to accept. At some point, I think the president in this country accepted. When the protests were, were
high.
And I think he managed to say, okay, I see things didn't go very well, but can we talk? But the whole idea that we have to do is go into the thing called character and tell us who you really are. We can tell that you are not the right person for this place, but can you change? Can we change anything in this? And so you can restore actually trust. Trust was there from the very beginning. We did not always start. We're not born corrupt. When we started, we had good intentions. But by the time, and I'm not prejudiced, but by the time a member of parliament who is earning a salary can actually buy a chopper or a helicopter and run it, by that time you begin to understand that somehow there's a very lucrative business somewhere that earns the person that kind of money. By the time you double your income in 2 years and you declare your wealth that you have gained
100 million.
I mean, somehow there must be a business somewhere. And so can we track that? Can we trust you with our resources if you're the one going to handle our resources? So I'm thinking that the subject matter for discussion that is not in leadership training is about trust.
I want to bring in and you mentioned the protests. They were out for a reason. Accountability was, at the center of it. But also you spoke on clarity, communication, transparency reports, and that all boils down to accountability structures, which I know you serving in government would understand, and even holding an office as a CS, that accountability structures are very important. Now, somebody and religious people would say that money is the root of all evil.
The love of money.
The love of money. Okay, City, the love of money. And you've also spoken on money. I mean, you have emphasized on it. And I was looking at when the former CS, was handing over to the now new CS, he brought in a very important thing.
Which ministry?
Ministry of Treasury. Yes, and said Kenya needs to exit I think the grey list.
Yeah.
And he spoke about it. And this is an issue that even when we pay our taxes, it's always around the taxes. Reject the Finance Bill 2024 was all about finances. And Kenyans are not very confident that when we give this, it works for us. When we put you in power, you work for us. It's all about, you're going to take our money, our resources are always going to be stolen. How do we restore this financial trust? And it's not once, twice that Kenyans have demanded for proper audit of, money coming in, money leaving their pockets. This financial issue has become a major headache in this country. It seemingly is. The love of it is becoming the root of all these problems that you're even talking about this morning. How do we, in your opinion, come to a proper place as a country hygienically?
Well, thank you. And money now is very important for every sphere of life. Money. People have created niches for you. I saw the other day that even just to fund the universities, now we've been banded,
yes,
to 4 bands.
Yep.
And even the people who belong to the first, second, third band don't want to be now identified that way. They're all lining up in the 4th band so that they can get. But the thing is, I think this country has created classes. And there is a small class that has all the money, and there is the rest of us who don't have much money. And so the issues of trust in monies is not understood by most of the electorate, because they celebrate the money you have as though it was their money. They celebrate it as a community. And when you are arrested, the community says, don't arrest that thief of ours. It's ours. And so we have a tendency to think community-wise. Look communally, basically what it is. How to restore? I want to bring the example of yesterday's impeachment, and I watched the whole of it, by the way. I watched that impeachment process, both days, to the end, including the last part of it, where there was, mourning and shouting and like you're saying, bad behavior was there actually. Even if disorder, I've never seen a speaker spend a lot of time saying order, and nobody would listen to him. He tried to throw people out of the chamber, and nobody would listen to him. Because there is so much interest in this thing called impeachment. On both sides, there is a winner and a loser. But it's beyond just getting Governor Kawira out. Remember, there are many people who are going to go out with her. From employment. There are many families that are actually now mourning, and the supporters. And then there were contractors who were expecting money. There were people who supported this process of impeachment. There were senators who supported this process of impeachment. And now it was coming to a head, and the situation was becoming very difficult. But I looked at it and said, we made money the center of our politics. And when now you are getting out, you're causing a lot of people to just fail you because you do not have that kind of money. I grew up in a place where initially there was no expenditure, too much expenditure money, because the Pokot people that I represented, Kachaliba constituency, the biggest thing for them was trust. Can we trust you with our lives?
Right.
With our security? Can we trust you with this and that? And when we brought the issue of people came in now to campaign later with money, lots of money, those of us who didn't have much money survived, and that's how we survived for long, because we served our people. I grew up in a place where I studied something called servant leadership. I taught at Daystar University, and we used to teach servant leadership. And what that means, and that's missing in politics today, is that you're actually a leader. You actually got authority. But now you are facilitating other people. You are serving other people to be better. And that's what servant leadership is about. I wish people would understand that. And I heard the president the other day speak about it. Service was intended in leadership. Now, worship has replaced service. And why is it that when the president goes everywhere, we must all drive there, follow?
I like the word you used, worship.
Yeah.
But is the worship of what exactly? Because even the servant leadership is a biblical terminology.
Right.
It's with reference to what Jesus said.
Yeah.
That those of you who would be leaders whom would be first must. It's servant leadership. But then there's also, when you're talking about biblical terms, you're talking about gods. There's the worship of false gods. Because when someone puts themselves on a pedestal, they become a god, a small GS, but they become some sort of a god. Now, I was looking and I've been reading about your track record, and I've looked at the things that you have done. Yes, indeed, the change came about when you could no longer represent your constituency, Kachiliba. Money became a central focus of the election. Now, not just money, a lot of money. Now, the business element that I mentioned, if you look at our political parties, in my mind are all, let me underline it and circle it in red and green, all our political parties are business entities. And businesses are transacted. Businesses are transacted when it is you wish to get a nomination for that party to actually vie for a seat, business contract, because money is involved.
Yes.
And throughout. And everyone knows this. Every time we have this discussion, and why I began the way I have is, we talk about the public being ignorant. Actually, I am of a contrary view. The real ignorance is with those who aspire for political leadership and achieve it. Why do I say this? If you look at what politicians in theory are supposed to do, is they're supposed to handle the scarcity issue. Why do I mean scarcity? A lot of the discussions about resources and how they're divvied out. Now, how is it that people who, by and large in this country, are educated, fairly well educated, don't understand that if there is plenty for everybody, then everybody gets some. Not necessarily plenty. But when you look at the manner in which our politicians go about their business, they reduce the whole, so it becomes very little. So even those who could have gotten some, not a lot, now get nothing. So you then destabilize the entire ecosystem out of your ignorance. Because how can you, who is supposed to be a protector of public resources, make it your business that the business you do is to ensure that money that the citizens collect in terms of their resources is the focal point of what you call your business?
How is that?
How can that possibly be somebody who we can then say is somebody who understands, when the very thing that would protect them is the very thing they work against?
Can that be present, be trusted, Mheshimiwa?
And even as you answer, because I want to add to what City has said, is it that they're ignorant or is it intentional? For sociologists who follow how power plays out, there's the creation of subordination and need. I mean, where are we at?
And I think that way of looking at it is a fresh breath of, fresh air. The reason I say that is I think we have identified, if you take the example of CDF money, for example, in a constituency, it's really meant to go to the people entirely. But the leadership creates a situation where scarcity, so that people follow you for scholarship. They come to your home, they follow you for whatever the scarcities are there, and now you are able to, quote-unquote, supply from their own pot of resources. And that is what has happened to the national government as well. It's gone to the place where now county governors, and I watch it. The governor comes, it's a small president in a particular place, and everybody wants therefore to find him after the meeting, and so on. So we've created what is saying is we have created the emptiness or the scarcity, so that we can be the ones to quote unquote supply it, and so we have to look for more and more and more, so that we can become like the suppliers, and we have that's why I used to say impoverished our people to the place where they now have to look for you, and so you hear the discussion like, it's a very good man, he bought a bus for our school.
Right.
I mean, and so we make a song for him. You go sing for him. The whole day is taken just celebrating a bus which was bought using your money. But now the clarity of how that's communicated. They make sure it's not clear enough, so that you don't have satisfaction in what you're doing. So we have a situation in our hands where we need to rethink our political class. But can we hold politicians to account? Do we have the institutions to hold politicians to account?
What would it take, Mheshimiwa, to hold politicians to account properly?
It would take what I have seen now, and I've seen young people now, this generation. I've seen people who are going around, actually taking photos and pictures of projects and showing that this project was launched. It was launched again this year. This project was actually the foundation stone was put, those kind of things. So if that creates a bit of fear in the politician, if somebody can tell the politicians that you have lied, you said you would do this, you didn't do it, that courage is the one which is missing. But it must be from a volunteer position. Because the ordinary person who is still depending on the politician will not risk their life, because the politicians tend to think you punish that one who is not cooperating by maybe denying his child the same resources as others. And this is a compassion I was talking about. Leadership without compassion you're just torturing your own self and your own people. So yeah. And I agree with the interpretation that we need to think about it that way, that why are politicians creating scarcity so that they can seem to be the ones to supply? And how can we help in that situation, expose those situations? You remember when people used to carry cash and in bundles of money, and the Gen Zs didn't like it. Right. The Kenyans didn't like it. And now nobody carries money like that, you see. So it's not that these people are impervious to influence or advice. It's just that nobody has dared do that before. And I, at one point I almost volunteered. I said I must go and educate the people on what the MP has said. The MP has listed these things to be done in your county, and that's why the CDF is this amount. Can you find these things where they are
and actually get it done? Do you see a place whereby then I like to call it citizen-centered governance, where there is this active participation of everybody, saying, well, this is not right, I'm going to call it out. If we have that kind of situation in place, do we see that people then will behave themselves, for lack of a better term, behave themselves, and we get to the place whereby the mistrust then can be overturned to a place of trust?
Very few people can call politicians to that accountability. But when we start to do that, you'll see the difference. People begin to behave better. They behave straighter. I tell you, within the short time of the protest, people began to behave. The chase cars were ended. The flags actually were removed from cars, and people began to behave. Behavior can be changed. I don't know about character, but at least behavior can be changed. And for now, we need that behavior to change. The guys who used to flash things now have reduced what they wear to a
little less. Yeah.
I mean, it looks like we have a role to play. It looks like we can actually help. And I know that the media has done this part also.
And we can keep on doing it.
And sometimes you have paid the ultimate price once you do that. My question, my advice to politicians and governments, let us accept that we are not perfect. We have made mistakes. And that we should actually begin to be told how to change.
How to fix them.
A
great note to end on. Mheshimiwa Sampo Gishu, thanks for being here this morning. Former ICT Minister and leader of the majority in the Senate. Thank you for being our guest this hour. Great notes to take forward as we go along. Thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. Anki, thank you for guest hosting. We hope to see you again tomorrow. Kenya's biggest conversation resumes tomorrow at 6 a.m. God willing. Have a wonderful day. 10 a.m.
Good morning, this is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. Ousted Meru Governor, that is Kawira Mwangaza, has said she's going to